All right, sounds good. Good morning, everyone. All right, for those who are not here on the stage, we would kindly ask you to come closer to the stage. We would highly appreciate it as we are beginning the day 2 of the TON Gateway. All right, so good morning, TON community. Welcome back to day 2 of the Gateway 2024. I hope you had an incredible first day. If yesterday was an appetizer, today's the full banquet, loaded with insights, innovation, and maybe even with a few surprises. Let's kick off with a round of applause for everyone here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so today we're diving into the latest for developers, checking out our TON Tech roadmaps for 2025, mini apps news, loud technical announcements, sponsors and partners updates, and highlighting projects that make TON #1 blockchain in the space. Ready for a TON journey today? All right, thank you. All right, let's start things off. Let's bring our first speaker who will talk about the TON stablecoin opportunity. Please join me in welcoming Bautista, research analyst from GSR, a trusted liquidity provider and active multi-stage investor that has already partnered with TON. Thank you.
Hey everyone and welcome. Good morning. My name is Bautista. I'm a research analyst at GSR and the mainstream. So when I think of crypto, I really think at its core, it's a coordination mechanism, right? Whether that's compute, whether that's money, community. Crypto superpower is really its unparalleled power in coordinating all these resources worldwide. However, its decentralized nature actually deters a lot of traditional users who are far more accustomed to human trust or intermediaries to facilitate their transactions. There's a good quote that says, crypto is great at distribution but has no power, whereas AI has power but no distribution. And I think these mechanics are very similar with crypto and Telegram. Telegram obviously has 900 million monthly active users. Its ability to kind of capture and harness virality is very, very similar to what we see in crypto. That said, only a small fraction of these monthly active users are daily active users, meaning like the retention is actually quite low in comparison to Facebook or Twitter, where users are going on every single day and returning day after day. So what we think TON has a great opportunity to do is combine kind of crypto's coordination mechanism with Telegram's already powerful network effects. Right, so if we look at 2024 adoption metrics, so outside of the US and Russia, Telegram's main markets are India, Russia, Indonesia, India, Brazil. And then looking at crypto value sent by country in the past year, the US is a bit of an outlier here through the ETF and financial instrument products. But all of these countries show up on both of these lists. So there's a great synergy between Telegram users and crypto that's being sent worldwide. So when you take a population in these emerging markets who have a high fluency for, again, these kind of blossoming technologies, we think there's a lot of room for synergy. So this is a great study from Chainalysis looking at crypto adoption and specifically crypto penetration by country. And if you notice, 8 out of the top 11 countries on this list are also on Telegram's top 10 monthly active users. So we really think, again, like this just kind of belabors the point that a lot of these countries are very adoptive for both these technologies. If you look actually at like the DEX ranking as well, so the normal user journey for a lot of crypto users is I'll import $50 onto Binance, I'll buy Bitcoin, and that's kind of the extent. Whereas now we're really seeing users are going on chain, they're using DeFi, they're using social apps, and stablecoins obviously sit right in the middle of this. And yeah, so stablecoins again, like outside of DeFi and outside of speculation, are really moving from just a tool for crypto traders to a cornerstone of this modern global financial system. Here's another great study from Nick Carter about kind of emerging market stablecoin activity. And what we see is of the respondents who have used crypto, 95% of them think that their stablecoin usage will either stay the same or increase year over year. Similarly, the majority of these users have actually over 10% of their net worth in stablecoins. So the trend here is like quite clear. You have more users who are using stablecoins as digital dollars, right? They're using DEXs. They're using wallets as kind of like their quasi-bank account. They're using stablecoins as almost an inflation hedge. You see this very much in Nigeria, where inflation's gone rampant. They want some access to the US dollar. So that said, stablecoin competition's a little bit lackluster. Tether obviously is all over the competition here. They have 70% of DEX market share. You even see Tron is consistently number 1 or number 2 in stablecoin volumes and stablecoin transfers because they were earmarked very early on by Binance to help integrate. And so again, we see stablecoins have massive network effects. And we think that Telegram and specifically TON can really like tap into these to grow through these countries. And so from the builder side, it's kind of long been held that stablecoins are a tricky investment because they're very hard to bootstrap and they don't often have kind of the venture style exits that we see in infrastructure and other applications. That said, 2024 has kind of rebuked this thesis. Tether obviously had another massive year. I think they had $2.5 billion in profit just this quarter alone. Stripe just a couple of weeks ago announced a $1 billion acquisition of a stablecoin company, Bridge. And even on TON, we see the stables are almost at $1 billion, right? The chart's up and to the right, it continues to grow. And so here, the trend is quite clear as well. Peer-to-peer payments are a $1 trillion plus market. We only see that growing. We expect this to be $10 trillion in the coming years. And stablecoins are really one of the few products also in crypto with true product market fit. They're unequivocally better than traditional incumbents. Traditional incumbents are, they started 30 years ago using the same internet rails. Even fintech right now kind of just use a front-end UX wrapper. PayPal, settles all their payments through ACH. Blockchain-based payments are unequivocally better. They're cheaper, they're faster, they're guaranteed through cryptographic security. And so again, we think TON not only can sit at the forefront within these users, but just overall provide a better UI and UX. That said, stablecoins, we think to win, you have to build a moat in multiple layers of the stack. That's why you're seeing like Circles really leaning into interoperability on chain. That's why you're seeing Athena is doing a great job with SEX and DEX integrations and building infra around that. It's even why you saw Stripe, a Web2 company, spend $1 billion to acquire Bridge. So all that to say is stablecoins, we think, I think the salient point here is that user behavior is actually quite stubborn, right? So many users, when their first entry into crypto, are still using the same MetaMask wallet from several years ago. They're still using Binance Smart Chain as kind of like their quasi-bank account, even with far more innovative solutions out there. So we think, again, if TON can own this first touch point, it can be the focal point for all of the users' crypto journey. And to win in crypto, you do need to win the users, and we think TON can win the users. And they can win the users through stablecoins. Here we have a blossoming population of very crypto-savvy users and countries with high stablecoin adoption that already have Telegram on their phone. With the right infrastructure in place, we really do think that TON can win stablecoins. So if you're building this space, please reach out to me, reach out to anybody at GSR. We'd love to help. We're extremely excited about the opportunity, both in stablecoins, but TON especially. For far too long have payments derived trust through humans and through other financial intermediaries. It's time to solve this through TON. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, To. All right. From stablecoins to things that might sound unstable to some, Phygital use cases. I swear I'm not making this up. Here's Alyona Kuchynska, Head of Communications at Daos Hub. Alyona, the stage is yours.
We all are going through the revolution which is currently happening in our pockets, on our servers, on our drives. The revolution where the physical world meets digital world. We call it Phygital. My name is Alyona, and I have 10 minutes to immerse you into this new reality, into the immersive world of opportunities, which is set to unleash the full potential of Web3. Honestly, the people have witnessed too many revolutions. The agricultural, the industrial, and now Phygital. And this is really the new era of evolution, set to change every aspect of our life, from the way we communicate, work, to how we travel, like everything. In the future, all physical objects will have Phygital element. So basically, digital aspect will be like a must-have in a physical world. You may ask, why we are talking about it that much? Why this is so important? Well, it's hard not to see the elephant in the room. It just getting too big. Let's just look into the numbers. More than $200 trillion is estimated for total addressable market for Phygital applications in key industries by 2030. It's just crazy. It will really change the way of the world. It will change like everything. And why the Phygital is a key of Web3 adoption. So first of all, it simplifies Web3 user experience by embedding it into like real life familiar activities. For example, like buying a product in a physical store, which is linked to an NFT. Or for example, using the membership card, the physical one, which is also is on digital asset like NFT. And it's just completely different. And then second one, it broadens the reach of Web3 by meeting the users where they are, in the conference halls, in the hubs, in the arts, in the shops, just everywhere. It just fastens the adoptions and broadens really the geography. And finally, it makes Web3 tangible. While traditional digital experience feels a bit like unrealistic, the Phygital experience make it like hands-on, makes it more real, make it deeper experience. And so we have been hearing about it a lot, and I want to share you with these three cases. So Nike, the limited edition sneakers, which is linked to NFT digital asset, which verifies the ownership and also unlocks the perks into the metaverse. The Starbucks Odyssey experience, so they will offer the users to buy and sell NFTs, which will unlock the access to the immersive coffee experience. The beta version is set to be launched very soon. And the Getaway by Ton, this is a great example because all of our tickets were basically the NFTs, which is great. And basically our project, Daos Hub, the Phygital space for Web3 builders. Our goal is simple but powerful. We are trying to create a perfect environment for Web3 startups and innovators to make them collaborate, grow, and thrive. We are merging physical and digital worlds in our space, make it a truly physical space. So yeah, what we do, we provide an infrastructure for Web3 entrepreneurs, like supporting startups. We have a Phygital space with hybrid workstation, so we enhance the collaboration of Web3 members, and we are working on real-world tokenization. So let's talk about the cases at our place. We set a milestone that by the end of Q1 2025, the access to our events will be exclusively through NFT tickets. And all the events in future will be, first of all, accessible to those who hold NFTs or have visited our events. And also for the very active users, we will unlock the perks like access to the private events. Another case, basically, we completely understand the importance of gamification and wow experience. Well, we got inspired by gaming mini apps and Telegram. And within our space, we can, for example, create a quest where the users can mine a unique cocktail as easy as tapping for token. It's really amazing. And we also developed a customized solution for the content show the way you can basically distribute your content. As you see by the reception area, we will have the smart spheres where inside the holograms will be integrated and the users will be able to navigate the content inside these smart spheres through the mini app. So yeah, the big future is definitely of Web3's Phygital, because again, we're merging those two words, and it opened the opportunities to enhance the user experience and to basically make the users, to encourage them to own their assets. So we have at our place, at our project, have a very clear strategic roadmap. December 2024, the very first Phygital hub will be open here in Dubai. For 2025, we have many goals. The first one, we will open the online access to the hub, so those who are not physically based in Dubai will still have access. Then we are launching the Daos One project. We completely understand, and we got this understanding while speaking to our users, that there is a clear need in the enterprise solution, like a turnkey solution for the big enterprises and companies for their workspaces. So the Daos One will be the one for the big teams and enterprises, while the hub will remain a like more social hub. Also, we are working on a real-world tokenization solution. So, and firstly, we are planning to tokenize our real estate. Thus, we would like to empower our members to co-own the assets. And further into 2026, we are planning the further global expansion. Yeah, partnership and collaboration. We know it's extremely important, so we are happy to collaborate with you guys, the true real builders. We have a stand over here, so our team is open to talk to you, and I'll be there as well. And I personally trust in hard work and determination. So, funny enough, 15 years ago, I was a receptionist at this hotel, basically checking in and checking out the guests. And here, like today, I'm sharing with you this great project, and this is just a result of one person. And I believe that we, as a community, by joining and working hard, we can really make a world a better place. So yeah, thank you for your attention, and the special thank you goes to TON Foundation and TOP for believing in us at the very beginning and becoming our first residents at the hub. Thank you very much, and see you at the hub.
Thank you, Alyona. All right, we see many more attendees here at the conference. I know the conference can sometimes get quite boring and difficult, especially in the morning time. For those who are having a difficult time going through or zoning out, kindly raise your hands. We're going to have our staff bring some caffeine for you guys, Red Bulls, or especially made a TON coffee for you guys to stay up for the next sessions. For our next talk, we've got someone here to tell us why we're at the brink of a whole new Web3 application era. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Please welcome Veronica Wong, the CEO and co-founder of SafePal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. How are you? Before I start my keynote, I would like to quickly ask how many of you are actually working and building in Web3? Could you raise your hands? Oh, okay. And how many of you are building on TON? Okay, encouraging, almost the same crowd. Today I'm here to share my observation as a builder since 2018 in the space, and how we are seeing a few signs that is leading the opening and unfolding of a new chapter of the blockchain ecosystem, and how we can better address to that future coming. So before we start, a quick about myself. I'm used to work in the Fortune 500 tech company for 8 years, came across Bitcoin white paper in 2017, entered the space in early 2018, and founded SafePal, aiming to provide secure and friendly wallet solutions for the crypto masses. So our product lines covers hardware wallets, mobile wallets, and browser extension, and we're gonna have Telegram mini app coming to TON very soon. So till now, more than 15 million users from more than 200 countries and regions speaking 16 languages are using our products to secure, manage, grow, trade their crypto assets from day to day. So in the past decades, we are witnessing a lot of major moments in the blockchain ecosystem. So this chart here shows a quick glance through of the Bitcoin price in the last 10 years and all of the major critical moments that has impacted the ecosystem and leading to the ups and downs since 2017. What we see here is that before Bitcoin ETF got approved earlier this year, the major growth of the blockchain ecosystem was purely driven by protocol layers. Majority of the blockchain players are dominant of the market cap and also on-chain TVLs. But this year, we are seeing a few signs that is gonna open up a new chapter where the blockchain ecosystem will be mainly driven and grown by applications. So we are entering into an application where right now, even if we see blockchains continues to grow, we are seeing a lot of blockchains lack of on-chain activeness. A lot of them becoming ghost towns, while adoption becomes the major keywords for a lot of blockchain ecosystem nowadays. And also another fact that we have realized and become more aware is that when it comes to delivering adoption and delivering real user cases, decentralization doesn't necessarily always come first. User pain point matters, solving those problems matters, providing a smooth user experience also matters. And not until we solve all of these problems that we can see the mass adoption happening. With these two major ideologies flowing behind the scenes, we are seeing app developers having a stronger voice in the ecosystem than in the last decades and in the future to come. Especially when we are seeing blockchain ecosystems launching massive grant programs trying to attract quality app developers onto their ecosystem. So today I'm here to walk you through why this is happening and how we as a builder can better address ourselves and better build products that serve that kind of future. Reason why that we are seeing this phenomenon happening is that we are seeing an overloaded blockchain ecosystem, while the top blockchains are actually capturing most of the values if we look at the value capturing structure in the Web3 landscape. Top blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, takes up about 70% of the market cap if we look at it. And when it comes to DeFi TVL, top blockchains takes up about more than 80% of the market cap of TVL. So that means for us, we are seeing a seriously overload of the infrastructure here, while like the value of the other blockchains are becoming scarce. The second clue that we are seeing here is that the difficulties and the issues for mass adoption that we have been talking over the last decade will soon become not an issue anymore. We are seeing highly scalable blockchains like TONX bringing mass adoption to the ecosystem, while also delivering major UX improvements such as gasless experience. While wallets like us are paving the way in the front line of user serving, hiding the complex technology behind the scenes while leaving the simplified and seamless user experience for the end users. So you don't necessarily feel the hurdle, you don't necessarily feel the cumbersome experience, you don't necessarily feel the technology behind it. The third is the next question, also the most critical one, how can we find more users? Now we are looking at less than 10% penetration of crypto audience compared to the internet and bank populations, and only applications can bring them in. For example, smart contracts was introduced in 1994 by Nick Szabos, an American computer scientist who conceptualized a digital currency called Bitgold in 2019, 10 years before Bitcoin was introduced. It was not until in 2020, 26 years later, that Uniswap and other decentralized finance applications on-chain ignited the DeFi summer, bringing a big wave of users in. So this becomes very obvious that applications will become the next dominant sector and player in the ecosystem, driving substantial growth. Last but not least, it's encouraging to see that big tech companies also entering the space, with social apps like Telegram entering the space and setting up the stage and bringing high scalable blockchains to the ecosystem and building very seamless user experience in the front end. We are seeing the stage all set and the ecosystem is ready, and we are seeing a lot of track records this year that a lot of mini apps on Telegram actually building very engaging experience while hiding or simplifying the on-chain experience for the users. So instead of super chains, actually for the next decade to come, we should be more super apps. And there are a few key elements that we are seeing or contributing to the major super apps in the application era. And builders who adopt and bring those user experience in will likely to see a higher chance of success when it comes to serving the target audience and communities. The first element would be bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. I know it sounds familiar. It becomes a talk of the town, especially compliance comes in and we have Bitcoin ETF approval upon us and bring in the mass wave. Of course, partially that I don't need to explain to my mother that we are not really in the spam industry anymore. That's very encouraging. But we are seeing a lot of players also closing the gap between Web 2 and Web 3, especially for the internet users taking the leap into the decentralized economy. So, for example, this April in Dubai at Token 20549, I was just sitting down at that spot when Durov and Paolo announced the coming of USDT to the TONX ecosystem. And we are all aware and we all know that how important it is to bring the vitality to the ecosystem. On top of that, SafePal soon will bring a banking gateway to the TONX ecosystem and to the Telegram communities to allow everyone to have a crypto-friendly banking experience to bridge the gap between the two worlds. It allows you to own a Swiss bank account, to transfer, to swap, and have a very smooth and low-cost on- and off-ramp between crypto and fiat. It allows you to manage your assets, no matter if it's a crypto asset or it's a fiat asset. Soon this month, in November, we're going to bridge this as a mini app into Telegram, and soon you'll be able to experience that. So this is something that we see critical to bring the mass adoption into the ecosystem. We hope to pave the way for a lot of other builders on TON and also other ecosystems so that they can focus on product buildings instead of this one. The second element will be gasless and keyless experience. We've been talking about that, but it was not until in recent 1 or 2 years that we are seeing major breakthroughs such as account abstractions and MPC. And we are seeing some very interesting protocols like EIP 7702 trying to convert EOA wallets like us into a smart wallet and enable a gasless experience. We are also seeing TON introducing mintless jettons to bring down the cost of massive airdrop down to less than $1. We believe this is just a start and we believe it's coming soon. So in the next 2 to 3 years, we should be seeing major technical breakthrough of enabling a gasless and keyless experience for the mass adoption to come. And I believe it's very important for all app builders listening to this keynote today to try to take an early move and then adopt those protocols and technologies to grab the early chance of onboarding users into your product experience. Last but not least, we need more fun and engaging applications, which is the most important one, which is the reason why we are gathering here. And we are seeing Telegram mini apps doing a great job, fantastic, in bringing that gap to the users, and people don't need to worry about the on-chain experience. They are simplifying that. They are minimum size the engagement of on-chain cumbersome experience while leaving the users with enjoyable, engaging, and actually applications that solve their real problems. And we are seeing this just as start. Yesterday, when I was talking to a lot of builders, it was very exciting that a lot of people actually build in different kind of solutions other than just games, payments, credits, hotels, dating, all kinds of ideas. So we do feel that this is the dawn of the new era, of the application era. So my tips for the builders here today, first, the dumber the better. Make it as simple to use as possible. It's very important. Secondly, focus on the pain points first. Do not use the technology for the sake of it. Focus on the problems that you're solving and what value that you're bringing, and give the reasons to people why they should use your products. It's very important before you look back at the screen and looking for the Lego bricks that you want to build the technology and experience. Last but not least, partnering with other players and leveraging their efforts who have already paved the way in front of you would be one of the most effective ways to build your Lego bricks all together. We are very proud to become the earliest wallet suites partnering and also supporting TON ecosystem from a very early stage. So these are some of the things that we have done with TON launch or announced this year. I wonder how many of you actually got the limited VIP gift pack. Can you raise your hands? Okay, just a few of you. Congrats, VIPs. And also we have launched Give Now free toolkits for community owners to build and upsize their communities by dropping rewards, physical or virtual rewards to their communities through a very simple task set up in it, 100% free to use. And like I mentioned, this month we are going to bring the banking gateway to the TON ecosystem very soon. So these are some of the exciting things that we have done, and these are under the belief that we are going to see a massive application era coming upon us. And this is the most critical time, and this is right now, not later, not earlier, that we should focus more on application building instead of focusing purely the tech itself. So I think my time is up. I look forward to connecting with you. I should be spending the rest of my day at our booth there. I believe some of you already saw that. We have a booth right in the center of the whole venue. Feel free to drop by and say hi to us, maybe win a reward, maybe win a limited VIP gift pack from us. And also we offer 15% off coupon for all of you. Use this for our website, safer.com store-wide. And also on the right-hand side, I have listed a few of the direct handles in case you didn't catch any of our members on the team that you want to talk after the conference about partnerships, collaborations, or even career opportunities. I hope you have a very full, very wonderful day and great time for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you a bunch, Veronica. SafePal sounds like the kind of future I want to be in. And speaking of the future, let's move on to talk about the collaborative growth in the TON ecosystem. Here to give all the inside scoop, Alessia Baumgartner from my personal favorite companies, DWF Labs, the new generation Web3 investor and a market maker. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Alessia Baumgartner. I'm business partner at DWF Labs. As Harvey mentioned, we are a market maker and investment firm. Today, I'm going to be talking about building bridges, collaborative growth in the TON ecosystem. Quick information about this keynote. I was not supposed to be doing this. 1 week ago, my boss was like, I think you should do it. And I've never done a keynote in my life before. I even wrote down some things on my hand. And I was thinking to myself, okay, the agenda is pretty much set for TON. I was looking into it and I was like, what can I talk about that has not been already said or is not going to be talked about, in the following hours? And then I just looked back and I thought to myself, well, I should just talk about my experience and what I've been doing over the last 3 years. And hopefully this can provide some value to you guys here in the audience. As you know, the second day of TON Gateway is supposed to be for builders and founders, and hopefully see some opportunities for you guys in this ecosystem. But yeah, so another point that I wanted to highlight as well before jumping into my presentation is that TON grew a lot over the last 2 years. I don't know if some of you were here 2 years ago when there was TON Fam Meetup. It was around 100 to 150 people here in Dubai. TON, was growing a lot that year, and they were showing their institutional partners. It had a couple, I would say 7 or so, including DWF. But then, over the last 2 years, and being now here at TON Gateway, you can see how many amazing firms they have partnered with, from exchanges to VCs to other market makers, and also infrastructure providers and big projects from the crypto scene that were not part of TON before. So yeah, hopefully I can add some value. I'll be presenting to you guys, some things that we've done with TON and within the TON ecosystem. It's just to showcase, different synergies that you guys can have with institutions. I know that, sometimes people think that when you're talking to VCs or market makers, you can, just ask for investment or discuss about those type of services, but you can actually do much more. And hopefully, here at TON Gateway, you've met, these institutions, and somehow you can find some synergies. But yeah, just showing now. Again, just showing what we do. We have been in the space for a couple of years now. We have presence in different countries. I've been here in Dubai for 3 years now, but we have an immense, different team members also in Asia. So that's also some of the ways that we help our portfolio companies. And we have also integrated over 60 exchanges. Cool. So starting off first with how we've helped TON a bit over the last 2 years. As you know, TON is a layer 1, and usually there's a couple more things that you can do when you're dealing with a chain rather than just adapt. So one of the things that we've done is deploy over 50 million USD into USDT on TON. I think everyone saw in April when the big announcement came out, it was an insane, accomplishment for the ecosystem. And ourselves and, of course, other institutions have also deployed a lot of money into it, showcasing that we are here and we are bullish into the ecosystem and we're here to support it. Another way that we've helped was by launching 2 validator nodes, staking around 1 million TON. Lastly, we've also arranged the TON integration on Fireblocks. Fireblocks is an institutional-grade platform. It's a secure way for institutions to secure their digital assets. Next point. Okay, so jumping into more specifics that we've done by working directly with some of the projects from the TON ecosystem. We were the first liquidity provider on TON's first liquid staking protocol, BMO. Whenever you have a DApp, a staking protocol or a DEX, try to discuss as well if, these institutions could provide some liquidity for you guys. The same thing, for example, when we've integrated and have been trading on StoneFi and DDust. Everyone knows, I think a lot of you guys are using them as well. It showcases that it's good when those institutions jump in because they can, provide also feedback about the product, and by integrating over 60 exchanges and including those 2, we get a good view of what the market is offering, and then we can also provide some feedback. Last point that I wanted to talk about is how we sponsored and co-organized 2 hackathons. TON, over the last, last years, has been doing a lot of initiatives, and that's great. As a founder, sometimes it's hard to fundraise, especially because VCs are going to ask you, who are your backers? Have you received an investment yet? Have you joined any hackathons? So this is a great initiative, and not just us, many other institutions have been sponsoring and participating on the TON Accelerator program. Overall hackathons have been happening. So that's also a great opportunity for you guys to explore with those VCs. One second. Well, that's pretty much it. I don't want to be, talking too much. I just wanted to share with you guys some ideas that you could discuss with myself or any other institution present here today. So yeah, hopefully it added some sort of value. And even if you're not part of the portfolio at DWF, I'm more than happy to talk to you guys, see what you're building, and then maybe provide some feedback from my side. Here's my Telegram, my most used app by far. And then just feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to discuss also over call. And yeah, hope to see you guys as well at the after party tonight. So yeah, thank you so much. And hope you guys had a great TON Gateway, and see you guys next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you, bunch, Alessia. The ecosystem is indeed thriving. Now, TON wouldn't be what it is today without some bumps and breakthroughs. It sort of took us a long time to get here. Now we have the CTO of TONScan, a user-friendly platform for exploring and analyzing the TON blockchain, delivering valuable insights into network activities, transactions, and smart contracts. Gunnar Grimnes, with extensive experience of 1.5 years building on TON, and we have a video for him and for everyone. So let's see.
Good morning, The Gateway. I was totally meant to be with you today, standing on stage in Dubai, but last-minute passport trouble meant I was unable to travel from Germany, and I'm stuck here back at home. I'm still really happy I get a chance to talk to you today and give this talk that I prepared, lessons learned from 1.5 years developing on TON. Quickly, a bit about us. We're tonscan.com. We're an explorer. We're the best explorer. We launched last year here at the Gateway. Obviously, we started working a bit before that. We started maybe around May time, so it's been about 1.5 years now, 18 months that we worked on TON. And I'd like to share a bit with you about the things I feel we learned along the way. It's been a really exciting year to build on TON, lots of changes. So I broke it down into 3 parts, right? I'm going to talk a bit about scaling, obviously important, a bit about understanding what's happening on the TON network, and finally a bit about the design of the thing. So first up is scaling. Who knows what this is? You should recognize this. This is, of course, the daily transaction volume for TON. There's been huge changes here. Like if you look at where we were 1 year ago, and actually for most of 2023, breaking 200,000 transactions per day was like a big thing. But like if you look at the graph now, 200,000 almost doesn't register. And it's been a really exciting journey. I think you'll recognize some of the things that happened here that you might you know what happened. The first one is, of course, this the inscription craze just before Christmas last year, the Tonano inscriptions. We were totally not prepared for this at TONScan. Luckily, the general chain wasn't really that well prepared either, so pretty much many nodes went down and there was lots of trouble for multiple days. The next big peak is quite recent. You know, this was the dogs launch first and then the hamster launch. Here, TONScan was slightly better prepared. For the dogs launch, again, the chain had a bit of trouble, right? So there were a few days where the light servers were down and went out of sync, and but things go better. And for the hamsters, of course, was the first mintless launch. That made life a bit easier for people like us, also for many other developers, right? I'd like to stop for a second to think about what does this actually mean, though. So we see now we went from almost nothing to now maybe we peaked higher, but let's say soon we might be at like 10 million transactions daily every day, right? As like stable volume, and that means that 115 times per second you need to look at a transaction and update your database if you want to be an explorer and look at everything, right? And of course, that's not everything. There's lots of other things you want to use in Explorer. So if you look here, this is, for instance, Jehan transfers and NFT item transfers. And these are things, we index these things separately, right? We like to keep track of every Jehan wallet and keep track of the balance, whatever. And there's more things you have to do. So like Jehan transfers, maybe like 1.5 million, this is like quite high here, but 1.5 million transactions per day means 17 times per second you need to go and look at one of these Jehan wallets and do the right thing, right? NFT items a bit less, 200,000 per day. It means also twice per second you need to go and update an NFT item record, right? What did we learn from this? I mean, luckily for us, this is where I could tell you about, like, we have a crazy architecture with Kafka and a big cluster or whatever, but we don't have any of those things. We have very, like, kind of boring, good old Postgres technology. We have a bit of Redis caching, of course, to make better. Everything's written in Python. And then a bit of Cloudflare just to make the web thing happy. And the good news is that with this boring technology, as long as you're not being stupid, things actually work out kind of fine. Like, obviously, have database indexes for the queries you're going to make. Do things in batch. Never write a for loop, essentially. A general point about developing on TON is maybe be prepared for pretty much everything. Don't make assumptions about what is not going to happen. We do things like we count all the Jehans you own and all the NFT items that belong to an address, if you look at it, right? And if you do this stupidly, it will work out mostly fine. And then suddenly some guy comes along and has like 250,000 NFTs, right? And then if you do this stupidly, then it's gonna fall over. The next one is understanding what's happening on the TON blockchain. I mean, this is an important part of what we do as an explorer. We try to like decode it and demystify it for you, right? So does anyone know what this is? This is an interesting one. Last year I met Andrey Tvorozhkov, apologies for butchering your name, from DTON.io, and he said, actually, Gunnar, there's only like 3,000-4,000 contracts on TON. Why don't you index them? And at first I didn't believe him, and later I've learned that whenever he says anything, I should always believe him. But and he was right, of course. Back 1 year ago, there was only like a bit under 5,000 different unique accounts on TON. These days, it's a tiny bit more. Still, we went off and indexed them all. And you see here, an interesting point is that although we're now up to 22,000, which isn't exactly like big data, but it's like, it's bigger. If you look at the contracts that are deployed more than 10 times, there's only just 2,500 of them. So that's still a very low number. So, and we give you different ways you can dig into this. You can look at it in different ways. Here, for instance, you find some weirdness. Here's 2 accounts. Each of them have more than 1.5 million deployments, so different addresses that uses this contract. And but there's also money in them, right? There's only like over 100, like over 1.5 million. There's only like 100 tons split over them. So there's only pocket change. I have no idea what's going on here. But it's fun to dig into what people are doing with the TON blockchain, right? And see how it's actually being used. You can also go into individual contracts and you can look at, we break it down for you so that you can help understand it. We'll show you what get methods does this contract have, what messages does it send, maybe even how the data that it saves gets decoded, and we'll decode it for you to JSON if you look at addresses with that contract. Good. The next stop is designing on TON, or designing for TON rather. We're very much a design agency. It's very much a design-driven process. So we have designers working on this, and it's a bit of a challenge for them to work with TON. Who knows what this is? That's right. This is typing on TON. TON. This is duck typing. For those who isn't a programmer, this means if it quacks like a duck and it swims like a duck, then it probably is a duck. And this is how typing works on TON, right? There's no one, you don't tell anyone you're an NFT item, you just behave like an NFT item, and if you behave like an NFT item, you're an NFT item. This makes designer life a bit hard because they like designing, they wanted to design an NFT item page, like and a Jehan wallet page and a whatever page. And you can't do that because then you get these addresses and these contracts that mix and match and are multiple things. Like for instance, the liquidity pools of StonFi are both Jehan masters and liquidity pools, right? So we designed these account pages that try to have different facets that just like activate if the contract for the account you're looking at display those kind of, well, has that feature, right? So there's these tabs at the bottom, and you'll see like it will open up if this one has Jehan holders, you will get a holders tab. You also get this like, we'll pull out the most interesting part for like the big display, and then we'll show like various other information on the sidebar. And this means that this will work for any contract, not just for like a predefined set. Another interesting thing about designing for TON is that in designer terminology, the information hierarchy is often very flat. Like people come to an explorer with all sorts of different issues. It's not like a clear cut, people come to solve one problem. It's not like Amazon, people come to put the thing in the shopping basket and order it, right? People are looking for different things. And it's hard to design for because you have to you can't highlight one thing. So here's what we're very proud of. This is the election diagram we made. It's the best visualization of elections on TON, I think. And it includes lots of different information in one chart, right? So it becomes very information rich. But I think it works out, and you can get an overview. And if you're looking for something specific, you can find that. And if you were looking for something else, maybe you'll maybe you'll learn something you weren't looking for. This one is similar, right? This is for staking. So this is, it shows all the what is at stake at any time and what's the returns that people have been getting. All of this, like in a way, crammed into one diagram, but I think it's very useful to see it all in one place. That's it for now. This is all I have time for today. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there. Next year, I really hope to be there in person. You can reach out to me on Telegram if you have anything. I'm Grumgle. You can also reach out to TomScan on X, and I will probably answer you. Hopefully, my colleagues who did make it to Dubai are also standing on stage right now, and you can see them. There will be Marius and Daniel and Noemi should be around. They're wearing TomScan.com t-shirts. Approach them, have a chat, give them your complaints. If anything is missing, if there's anything you'd like to see, if you think everything is great, just give us a shot. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunnar. It's always great hearing the real stories behind the screen. Next, we're diving into something that brings the TON experience right to your chats, Blum, a decentralized app on Telegram. Who here in the audience have ever used Blum before? If you don't mind, kindly raise your hands. Awesome. There's decent number of users right here. It'd be very much exciting. Here to tell us more is Vlad Smirkis, the co-founder and CMO of Blum. Over to you, Vlad.
Hello, everyone. Really happy to be here on stage today. It's a great honor and a great pleasure. So I'm not going to be just flexing the numbers. I will be talking about the challenges and how we did overcome them. And today, we can call ourselves the biggest Telegram mini app in terms of the monthly active users. So it's all about the expectations, right? It's the users' expectations. Some of the users want to have the life change after tapping some games and using some projects. But it's also a matter of expectations from the developers. Because our expectations in January 2024, that we would be very happy if we would have 100,000 users in Bloom. But the reality became different, and the reality is that currently we have more than 85 million users. And why I'm talking about this, because we're partnering with a lot of applications within the Telegram ecosystem, and 8 out of 10 projects actually are not ready for the high load. Because Telegram is the only place where you can achieve those kind of numbers quite fast. But you should be ready for the high loads, for the high inflow of users, right? Because the infrastructure is way much different than having 100,000 users, 1 million, and 10. So you should be ready for this. And when we're talking about users, who are those users? We should compare it with the whole world's population. Because I'm looking at the stats, and what I'm seeing as that we have people all across the globe. It is Southeast Asia. It can be Europe. It can be different countries. And I'm really happy that people are so diversified. So there are rich people, there are poor people, there are very well-educated people, there are degens, but they are very diversified. And I think the problem with most of the apps is the positioning, right? So the dream of every developer today, of most of the developers today, is to create the mini app, attract dozens of millions of users, then have the listing, and then go away. That should not be like this. And I think the question from 2017 for the games, for example, does the game really need the token? Does this or that app really needs to use the blockchain? And the question is still there. So you should be answering those questions to yourself and to your users to become successful. But the most valuable, if we're talking because we're at the TONX conference, TONX Gateway, the very cool conference, I hope you enjoy it, the real value is the on-chain users. How do you get them? How do you keep them? Because when it comes to the listings, for example, on exchanges, most exchanges asking, is there real users? Who are those numbers and where those numbers are coming from? We managed to get out of 85 million users, 35 million wallet holders, and out of the 35 million wallet holders, more than 10 million users have, we call it, very active wallets. It means that they have transactions, they have balances, they do something with on-chain. And that's very important. I'm really proud that TON Open League, and actually the reason why I'm on stage, because we won the TON Open League, and we're leading the TON Open League today. More than 2.5 million transactions users made to support Bloom. And of course, to participate in the $1 million giveaway. But I think what most of the developers need to know today is how to use the native integration with Telegram. Whether do you need to create the messenger inside the messenger, the video platform inside the video platform? I don't think so. So Telegram has a very cool, very native design system, and we are proud to use it. And if we're talking about the referrals, for example, how it's been done in the past, very complicated. In the past, you had to copy the link and then send it via Viber to your friend. Your friend should be clicking on this, going to the App Store or Google Play, download the app, and register, and then he becomes your referral. Now, it's just 2 taps. You send the link, user clicks the link, and he becomes the user of the app. So the on-chain mechanics and the on-chain transactions for the trading app, which we are building, is the essential part of our strategy. And apps should be very transparent with the users, and that's what we're trying to do. And because most of the users, most of the Telegram mini apps users are new to the space, it's the first time they own the NFT, the first time after the big airdrops which were there, they were opening accounts with the centralized exchanges, proceeded with KYC for the first time in their lives, did the transaction, did the trade, and used the fiat gateways, it's very important to educate people because most of the users are new to crypto. That's what we're doing with the Bloom Academy, incentivizing users to watch the very short videos answering how mining works, how staking works, what is the stablecoin, etc., etc. So in order to have the better conversions, you should understand that most of your users in the Telegram mini apps space are new to crypto. And of course, I really do not understand why some of the projects, maybe it's their strategy, maybe I don't understand something, but why some of the projects hide their faces or not having the communities within Telegram, with the open chat, people asking questions. I know that I've been receiving personally, and we are seeing millions of messages, good and bad, of course, from the community, but I think it's the matter of trust which you build with the community, right? So you should be transparent and open with them. And I'm happy that we have more than 60 million of social followers on different networks, on Discord, on Telegram, on YouTube, Instagram, and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm really happy that we actually adopted the volunteer program from Binance, and we've been through Binance acceleration program, and more than 70 volunteers across the globe just for helping the project because they believe in the project and they like the project, helping us to manage the chats, talk to the audience, etc., etc. So I think it was a really cool idea to do this. So what is the future of Bloom? I think some of you might have heard that we're building a couple of projects, a couple of products inside the Bloom, don't like the loud words, but inside the Bloom ecosystem, right? So this November, the memepad is coming to Bloom. It's the place where every user, every chat holder, every artist, every musician can create his own or their own tokens within 10 or 20 seconds. It can be traded inside Bloom, it can be exchanged, and then it could be on different DEXs. Also, really happy to announce for the first time that very soon there is a trading bot coming into Bloom for users to use within different chains. So it's going to be the cross-chain bot to exchange tokens very easy and transparent way. And of course, the perpetual futures trading. It's also coming. We're testing it on the back end. And I think it's going to be very cool for millions of our users. A couple of months ago, we announced that we launched the initiative which is called Bloom Labs. And today, more than 10 projects are our portfolio projects, including Dogs, Skate, X-Empire, MemeFi, and the newcomers such as Pause, which you might have tried. Is there anyone who tried Pause yet? Oh, very cool to see. And this initiative is to bring our users the real value. More than $5 million in real value have been brought to our users through Bloom Labs. And dozens of millions of users have been brought from Bloom to the projects we support. So we're really looking for the new, awesome projects who launch within the mini apps to support them. And I have a small announcement. It's a really big pleasure for me today and a very important milestone for us that today we're happy to announce that the Open Platform invests in Bloom. The Open Platform is the leading venture builder investment fund within the TONX ecosystem. So we're really proud to be partnering and receive investments from top. Thank you so much. I hope you had something interesting today from myself, and thank you for coming to listen to me, and I wish you to have a very great day today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vlad. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Now to show us how apps can gain community support and visibility, we have the co-founders of TONX, Oleg, Illarionov, and Vlad Makhov. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vladimir. I'm CEO of TON Vision. We are creating visionary products for TON and Telegram ecosystems. First, our application is TON app. We started to do it when TON price was 0 and community was in small Telegram chat with 30 people. I want to introduce co-founder of TON app, Oleg Illarionov. He will speak about our big update.
Thank you. TON.app is one of the oldest projects in the ecosystem. It actually was created 3.5 years ago. If you remember, but it was called TON Store in the beginning. So I believe like some of the projects here actually got their first traction through TON.app. And throughout the evolution of this project, it's changed the functionality. It was evolving, more and more functions was added. But there was one problem which actually stayed the same, and there was a lot of complaints about that. It's ranking. A lot of you was kind of like unsatisfied with ranking mechanics we used, because it's actually a very hard task to do, how to rank projects, because all the projects are different. Some are on-chain, some aren't. And that's a huge problem, because you know, like how to rank different projects, how to rank projects who are not on-chain, you have no data. So we come with a solution, and the solution is your community, your users gonna decide who gonna hire, who not. So you can ask your users, ask your community to come and upvote your project, and this project will be higher. And you can upvote not only projects, but comments and everything. So the whole site gonna become much more social. It's actually rolling out right now, so please come and check. And thank you for that. And that's it. So I will pass the mic back to Vlad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oleg. We built this amazing update, and TON app right now is community-driven catalog. But we did something more. Today, we are launching Journal. Journal, it's a place where we can spread our word about TON. We built a big and professional editorial team, and we have a great approach of illustration. You can see it in the screen. We will text about developers, hero in TON, and simply explain hard things in TON blockchain. We did one more thing also. We will launch ads platform. We saw huge demand of advertising. And today, TON app ads launch. You can simply create your ad and put it in everywhere in TON ecosystem. In TON app right now, we have more than 1,030 applications. And of course, you can pay on TON. Right now, TON app, it's not only catalog. It's catalog, journal, and ads platform. We have ecosystem approach for apps on TON. Second, our project is TON Diamonds. And I want to introduce you worldwide artist, Pokras Lampas. He explained you something.
Yes. Hello, everyone. It's a big pleasure to be on stage with you today and to be part of TON family. So, here we go. How an artist launches a successful project on TON. I guess I have huge experience to say about it, and the basic is these rules. Of course, you need to have some fame and strong reputation. You need to build it, you need to make it really strong, and you need to make people believe in your art and have a community around you. Of course, you need to have unique style. If you was outside, you've seen my style on the stage, you've seen my outside here. So I create artworks which represent me even without my name in a signature. because I have a signature style. So every project I create on TON, I create with huge love and huge attention to every detail. And sometimes I don't even not understand how it will go crazy after launch. And sometimes the way of my artworks grows so much on the secondary market because people really see hard work and they understand that like no matter what will happen on blockchain, the art will be art always. To create the art which represent our generation and represent our community is really important for me. But to have something really strong, you need not to be only famous artist. You need to be really strong with your community, and you need to think outside the box. And for thinking outside the box, you need to innovate and create something new. So today we will reveal my next project. It's Phygital objects, and we connect the real world with real assets, with digital world and digital collectors. And it's really important because we wake up every day and we see on the screen, we see in the digital world the arts, we see the connections, we see the TONX projects. But if you also have a connection with a physical project and physical items, you make it more stronger. And I want to say that every project I really connect with innovation. To create this, I built 2 years ago a 3D printing studio, and we make so many new steps to connect how art can evolve and be part of the history. So here is one of the first items I did in my studio. And you can see that it's my work digitized and then printed. And this object will be now as a part of auction on TON Diamonds. Don't miss it, it will be launched today. And now you can see how art can unite the world. Thank you.
TON Diamonds are looking for new artists. TON diamonds mean artist. And today we introduce new one. It's Andrey Tvorozhkov. He's artist, illustrator, and creative director of Telegram. His visual language familiar for 100 million people. Right now you can see his artwork called Resistance, about freedom and privacy. Right now you can buy it in TON Diamonds marketplace on auction. Third, our project is TON Dating. I don't have a lot of time, but I want to show you simple formula of successful project and how build successful project on TON. You need to use successful project and Web2, combine it with Web3 technology, of course with TON blockchain, and launch it in Telegram. This is what we did with TON Dating. And right now we have more 2 million accounts, more than 330,000 monthly users for 4 months. We continue to grow and promote TON. Before us, a lot of girls didn't know what TON is, but right now knew. Very soon we will launch iOS, Android, and web application. And this what we did, what we will do for online. We're actually doing online. Yesterday we did TON Dating party here in Dubai, and we will do Bangkok, Bali, and Hong Kong very soon. This is just the beginning. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Vladimir. My heart is already melted for the TON Dating. All right, so let's shift the gears a bit. Next, we have Wego C, the co-founder of TONX. It's the SuperApp platform layer empowering builders to shape the new Web3 economy. Wego is here to tell us more about their SuperApp platform layer, a big leap forward for our 950 million users. Over to you, Wego.
Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. This is our 4th year building on TON. and our third year to participate in this global, vibrant TON community gathering. TONX is a super app platform layer empowering builders and creators to shape the new Web3 economy. Internet changed a lot of things about our life. We grew all the way from the PC era all the way to mobile. And in the past decades, internet allowed us to have more options, more choices to make our life better. And now, we're in the industry of Web3. What's next? These are the charts that we love to see the most. We follow the stable. In the past 6.5 months, stablecoin USDT supply, circulating supply, grew drastically from the initial $35 million to today, $1 billion. And let's take a look about the other charts, which is the on-chain activate wallet. People are saying mini app is dead. TON has no more to play. But come on, the number is growing. It's 20x, and it's around to go to 30x very soon. I still remember last month we were in Singapore token 2049. This number at the time was 24 million. And 2 months ago, when we were in Tokyo, this number was only 18 million. So TONX sits as a platform layer, empower every single creators and builder to build stuff on top of that. So think about this. Builders, they're like farmers. They're seeking for the land where it's more fertile and very strong and solid foundation. So Apple and Microsoft won the race during the PC era. AWS and GCP appeared in 06 and 08. They started to surge their business, expand their business after 2013, 2014, because the mobile era come. Now, we have a word called Web3 SuperApp, which is combine the beauty of Web2, accessibility, and the Web3, which is Telegram plus TON. So TONX, we specialize in 3 things. First, we help you to improve your application's performance, including efficiency and the stability. And the second one is the most important thing is scalability. 950 million user ecosystem. We can call that a digital population. Every single activities, especially economy activities happen here, should be connected stably on a robust foundation. TONKey. Today, behind the on-chain activities of 25 million users, is supported by a super app level 99.99% uptime connection. We call that TONX API. In addition, we also help projects to secure their digital asset in a more transparent and a safe way. Today, TONKey securely manages about like $450 million worth digital asset, and the number is still growing. TON was contributed and formed by the global community. So every TON coin holders should be able to generate yields by holding TON coins and generating yields. TONStake is the first TON public staking platform for every users, no matter you're retails, you're an institution. If you access here, you can enjoy the yield stably. And this is the first one, safely operate in the past 22 months. And also one of the most important things, few people realize how powerful the TON network is. TON is not just a blockchain. It's an all-in-one design, which means it contains its own sites, which allows users to explore the decentralized internet. And we are the bridge between the decentralized internet and the users. So TON Foundation's mission is very simple, which is onboard 30% of the Telegram user by 2028, which is 500 million users. And our thesis is also very simple. We onboard builders and creators because they know how to onboard users. Just take a look at Telegram organic growth. Telegram has never paid for advertisement for its messenger. How did they attract a huge amount of users? They allow third-party developers to build the useful tools to attract users, and most importantly, organically. So we, besides the technical support, we also provide the access for funding, and most important thing is, we will get you involved with the top-notch builders in the ecosystem right now. And TONX for a meetup this year, we organize more than 20 events globally, attract more than 17,000 people in person. And as everyone knows, the fastest way to communicate is through word of mouth, is in person. So, 12 days later, during the largest developer conference in our industry, DEF CON, we're about to host the Hacker House during DEF CON. At that time, all of the great projects, all of the great builders, creators, and the top VCs will be there. So in short, TONX empower the whole TON plus Telegram ecosystem to support them to grow. And don't just look about this, because take a look at here. We call TON plus Telegram a SuperApp, which means for the user, they don't need to care about the backend. They don't need to care about how it works. For them, we just provide the services. We just provide the tools to help them to have more options, more choices when they are living their life. And one more thing. If we're looking back at the history of internet, every single boom relies heavily, not just only on the infrastructure, but also from entertainment, gamification. So there are three things we're about to focus, we're about to bootstrap, and about to onboard more builders to focus on these three things. Gamification, distribution, and on-chain exploration. So people will see right now a lot of applications, they're still staying at the surface of Telegram. We call that stage 1. And stage 2 is to dive into TON ecosystem and make them explore the so-called Web3 new economy. And this is where the beauty of Web2 plus Web3, we call that Web3 SuperApp. So, scale your new economy today. The left side is our Telegram QR code. If you scan it, you can get updated about all the latest update about the TONX ecosystem and the useful tools that we provided. And on the right side, it's called TONX API. It's the iconic and flagship products of ours that I just mentioned earlier to help you connect your users seamlessly. For example, if I am a user, I want to call the Grab, I want to call the Uber. If Uber doesn't work, I would just immediately switch to Korean. So if you want to secure your users using TONX API, TONX API got you covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Wego.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, TONX is definitely taking things to the next level. Now, who's ready to hear how we can bring any assets or app to TON? Yes, any. I'm not kidding. Joining us from Axelar Network, Georgios Vlachos, the co-founder. Everyone give a round of applause.
Thanks so much. Wonderful. Wow, a lot of developers here today. Excited to see everyone, and thank you so much for the foundation for hosting me. Today, I want to talk about the problem of blockchain interoperability. In other words, how do we connect all blockchains to TON? But why is interoperability important? Today, there are hundreds of chains in the blockchain space, and we're heading to a world with thousands or potentially millions of chains. And in such a world, the user experience is very bad, even for native crypto-powered users. If you want to use multiple chains, you have to often use multiple wallets, bridge your funds from one chain to another, and the whole process takes multiple steps and many minutes. And if this is hard even for native crypto users, how can we onboard regular users and the billions of users that we've been talking about for so long in the space? So interoperability is really about abstracting away the chain and allowing users to have one interface and only have to think about assets, applications, and abstract away the chain completely. But before we talk about how we solve it, I'd love to start by talking about some of the problems historically with interoperability. If we look at existing interoperability solutions in the space, I'm sure first you're all familiar with all of the security incidents. Billions of dollars in the past have been lost to interoperability hacks. And the reason those things happen is because typically those solutions are very centralized. A founder will usually hold a private key where users will send funds, they will give you funds on the other side, and many of them will even claim they're decentralized, but it's really one key held by the core team. And inevitably, once this single point of failure, this honeypot, gets compromised, billions of dollars have been lost. And we've seen this happen over and over in the space. So security is very critical. Number two is scalability. A lot of the existing solutions in the space operate in a pairwise fashion, meaning that if you want to connect a new chain to 100 other chains, you have to implement 100 different connections. So this is not very scalable beyond a dozen chains or so. And next is what I talked about earlier, is that the technology is not easy to use. People should not have to bridge, they should not have to use multiple wallets, one interface, and they should have to think only about assets and applications. So how does Axelar solve some of those problems? Well, the first one is security. We looked at how existing solutions are centralized, and that's why we built Axelar as the first decentralized interoperability solution in the space. When we were starting to build Axelar, we thought, okay, how do we solve for this single point of failure? And the answer was simple, decentralization. And if you want to decentralize a network, the only way we know how to do this is by launching a blockchain. And that's why Axelar was launched as a blockchain connecting blockchains. It is permissionless, fully decentralized, 75 validators and growing. And these are the same validators that validate on some of the biggest chains like Ethereum. So our thesis has always been that we want to connect chains and not impose any additional security guarantees. Well, with Axelar, we have a fully decentralized validator set. So in terms of decentralization, if an attacker was able to corrupt the Axelar validator set, you could reason that they can corrupt the Ethereum validator set or the validator sets of other chains. Right? So when you go through Axelar, you have similar security guarantees as if the chains were talking to each other directly. And the second corollary of Axelar being a blockchain is that we have what we call a hub-and-spoke architecture, where chains have to connect only to Axelar, and they get access to the whole ecosystem of chains that we have connected. So this means that if you're a new chain issuer, you want to connect your chain to 100 or 1,000 other chains that are already connected to Axelar, you create a single connection to the Axelar chain, and through the Axelar blockchain, the hub, you can route messages and information to every other chain in the ecosystem. Right? So single point of integration, get access to all the chains, which is very scalable and can scale to thousands of chains. The second nice thing about this hub-and-spoke architecture is on the security side. Because imagine you have 10 chains connected, and there is something like an infinite mint bug on one of the chains, which we've seen happen in the past and is more and more likely with new VMs being introduced. And let's say there's only been $10 of assets on that chain. If the attacker tries to exit, the hub would keep an accounting table of the assets on every chain and would say, well, there's only $10 on that chain. We're not going to let you exit more than $10. But if we didn't have the hub and we were operating with pairwise connections, different chains were not going to be aware of the funds on every other chain, so the attacker could kill the whole system. Right? So by having a hub and imposing security limits on the hub, we get a much more secure system. So that's it about Axelar. Next, I'd like to talk about how this benefits TON developers and the TON ecosystem as a whole. And the first thing, of course, is onboarding new assets to the TON ecosystem. We have the big ones like ETH and BTC. But what I'm personally most excited about is the equivalent of a savings account on-chain, which is a tokenized treasury bill. Now, the vision of crypto was always to bank billions of people in the world, especially in developer countries where they don't have access to sound money. And today, this vision is almost achieved, where anyone on their phone can hold stablecoins. But stablecoins are still subject to inflation, so it's not a great thing to hold just stablecoins on your phone. Right? So the next step to this is allowing people to hold the financial primitive called the savings account, which we can do by offering people tokenized treasury bills. And with Axelar, we can build all of the tokenized treasury bill products that are existing on other chains, bring them over to TON so that they are accessible to anyone with a smartphone through a Telegram mini app. Right? And to me, this is super exciting. And if that's the one thing that we accomplish with crypto technology, I'll say that we succeeded in our mission to bank the world. Right? So this is very, very critical, and looking forward to working with the wallets in the TON ecosystem to accomplish this vision. Number two, and I was supposed to have a video here, but I don't think it's going to play, so I'll walk you through it. You will be able, with one click, to take any asset from any chain and swap into any asset on the TON blockchain. You just connect your wallet as a user. The whole flow takes something like 20 seconds, any asset to any other asset, and it's a very seamless flow. So onboard any user from any chain over to TON and Telegram. Third, it's the vision of chain abstraction. If you're a developer, you will be able to build an adapter for any existing application on any other ecosystem, let's say Uniswap or Magic Eden, and through this adapter, create a mini app within the Telegram app so that apps on all ecosystems are accessible through Telegram mini apps. Now, the beautiful part about this is that you don't need to work with the core teams behind those applications to do it. Anyone will be able to build a decentralized adapter on the Telegram chain and communicate through Axelar messaging with those applications. So this is the beauty of open and permissionless systems, and anyone will be able to onboard any application from anywhere and allow users to access them through Telegram mini apps. And finally, we have institutional initiatives. With Axelar, over the past 2 years, we've been doing a lot of work with different financial institutions, and typically those institutions want to have access to both private and public chains. Now, interoperability is very important to them, and public chains are very important to them. After all, BlackRock, the biggest money manager in the world, tokenized their assets on the public Ethereum chain. So anytime we're in a discussion and they're like, which chains can we onboard, it always comes down to, can the financial institution chains interoperate with that public chain? And by connecting Axelar to TON, we bring the opportunity to bring financial institutions over to the chain and allow them to explore institutional initiatives and work with all the builders on the TON ecosystem. So looking forward to working with you all on that. So that's all about Axelar. We're looking forward to bringing chain abstraction and seamless user experience to TON and working together to bank billions of people in the world. If you're a developer who would like to reach out, please scan this QR code. You can reach me out on X, and looking forward to working with all of you in the next few years. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Georgios. Thank you. Thank you. Asset onboarding is about to get serious upgrade. Thank you again, Georgios. And now I'm just gonna take a quick pause, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, because we have a really big, huge announcement. And we want to invite all the developers that are currently at either the booth area or networking area to come closer to the stage. I'm just going to repeat once again. For all of the developers, because we're going to present a huge announcement and it's a developer's time, we would like to invite all of you who are at the booth and the networking area to come up to the stage. And I'm just going to do this maybe 2 more times. But while we do that, from this audience itself, we would like to collect some constructive, honest feedback from you guys that's anything has to do regard this 2024 the gateway that we have. The first 5 of the speakers or anyone who gives us the feedback, we have a staff over there. We'll be distributing the mic and let you present. The first 5 will be receiving some surprise gifts from our TON store. You could just get the mic and say, hey, it's good. I had a nice breakfast, but something, let's say, more constructive, something that could help us to improve. It can be anything that you could imagine. So we would love to get any participation, any feedbacks. Here you go. Can someone from the staff provide a mic? Thank you.
It would be great to have some QR code of the SDK, like potential SDK of the developer tools that we can quickly onboard.
Perfect. SDK developer tools for quickly onboarding. Thank you. Please make sure to get the surprise gift. We have our staff getting ready for it. All right, the second. Oh, there you go. Here in the middle. Thank you. All right, once again, guys, before we get the constructive feedback, those who are at the booth and networking area, please come closer to the stage. We have a big announcement. Thank you. Off to you.
Yeah, hi, Ben from TONX. And what I would really love to see at the next Gateway conference is a networking app. I mean, we're a social media app and Telegram, right? Something that makes it easier to connect with everybody that is a participant of the conference. That would be amazing.
Brilliant idea. Perfect. Thank you. Maybe you guys can provide something similar to that, right? Awesome. The surprise gift for you right there. We probably need 3 more feedbacks, please. Any feedback?
Hi.
Oh, there you go.
Vladi, so I want to see your next L2 competition.
The next layer 1, layer 2 competition on TON. All right, sounds good. Thank you. All right, we have 1 more right here. I'm going to pause here really quick. Guys, those who are at the booth networking area, please come closer to the stage. We have a big announcement. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, thank you very much. I'm Valery from Follow Dragons, and entire Gateway, it was really amazing. You know, it was my first Gateway, and even it was my first trip in Dubai, and I'm in TON for more than 3 years, and it was really amazing. I really appreciate how TON changes within these years, and to see all entire, so large community, it's like very good for me. I love it. Thank you very much.
All right, just full of compliments. Thank you. All right, 1 more. We just need 1 more feedback. Anyone from the audience? Anyone would like to receive surprise gifts? There you go. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Kirill. I'm a designer in Follow Dragons, and actually I'm new for TON. But as I saw this whole community here and how much TON grew for the past several months, it's just amazing, and I really want to be part of this community. Thank you everyone for this event. Have a nice party in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's the best place to be here as a TON community. All right, now is the big time. It's a developer time. The guys behind TON Blockchain is going to present the TON Core Roadmap. Get ready for the sneak peek at what's ahead for TON Tech 2025. Here to walk us through, it is Alex Melman from TON Core. Everyone give it a big round of applause. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, developers. So, as you know, the TON blockchain is developing very, very quickly. And in the beginning of this year, the monthly active users increased by 50 times. The amount of smart contracts on chain exceeded 300 million, and the total numbers of transactions reached 1.5 billion. A year ago on this stage, I announced some plans, and I am happy to inform you today that most of these plans have been completed. Moreover, apart from these plans, we did some more things which were not originally planned. And today I would like to tell you more about most significant of them. So as you know, TON blockchain has a unique feature, fixed network fees that do not depend on the network load. And during the whole year, when the network load increased 10 times, our fees didn't grow and changed even by a single nanoton. So we tried another strategy. When the price of TON coin increased, we decreased our network fees by 2.5 times by means of decentralized voting. And we're gonna keep this strategy in future. Also, we provided some guidelines for developers on how to deal with our fees reductions. In particular, we suggested some new TVM opcodes so developers would not hardcode their smart contract fees in a smart contract, but instead calculate them dynamically. Also, we came up with some gas optimization features, and one of them is precompiled smart contracts. This is where most popular smart contracts can be written in C++ language and directly integrated into the node. In that way, where execution of smart contract will require fewer actions because TVM will be not executed and called, right? Another feature is shared libraries for smart contracts. This is where developers can put their common data or smart contracts code in a shared library, and in that way also reduce total final fees to the end customers. As you know, FunC and TVM were allowed to work on a low level and basically going down to bits and stack manipulation from within a smart contract. And exactly this feature allow experienced developers to write very efficient smart contracts. The launch of Stablecoin was already discussed earlier, but today I would like to draw your attention to some technical aspects of this launch. So it was a completely new redesigned Jeton smart contract. It used all the previously announced new features like precompiled smart contracts, shared libraries, and dynamic gas calculation. It was carefully tested by the core team and by the world's top auditors, Zelik and Trail of Bits. We also announced a public bug bounty contest with a prize pool of 100K. TON jetons were listed on centralized exchanges for the first time this year, and the first jeton was a stablecoin, USDT on Binance. The core team also upgraded the smart contract for high-load wallet. Currently, it's possible to send multiple transactions within a single step in a secure way. And as far as we know, several top exchanges and payment systems are already using this smart contract in production. Finally, the core team also finalized the smart contract for wallet of version 5, which was originally designed by the TONkeeper team. And actually, it's already supported in all leading TON wallets. And this smart contract opened actually many new possibilities. And one of them is to use gasless transactions where users are able to pay for on-chain fees in jetons like USDT, NOT or Hamster and other tokens. Thanks to improved functionality of these extensions in this smart contract, now it's possible to create features like key recovery, subscriptions for USDT, as well as two-factor authentication. We are aware that several TON wallets are already working on these features implementation, but the core team also will be contributing actively in these features development. The long-awaited multi-accounts already supported and available in all popular TON wallets. The core team contributed here by developing few UX proposals, in particular to display different versions of smart contracts as a separate accounts. You know, in our blockchains, there is a possibility to create infinite number of sub-accounts based on a single private key. The TONKeeper team suggested a new technology where each sub-account can have not only its private key, but also its mnemonic. Currently, the core team is reviewing this proposal, and we are ready to contribute in terms of organizing internal and external audits if required. The core team also upgraded a smart contract for multi-signature wallet. Now it has a distributed design where each action awaiting for a signature is a separate smart contract. The initial user interface was designed in a way that to support TON Connect and Ledger out of the box. And also, like a traditional already, the core team tested it very thoroughly. The top auditors, Zelik and Trail, Bits carried out their audits, and we announced a public bug bounty contest with a prize pool of 100K. Interestingly to mention here that TONKeeper Pro version wallet supports this smart contract out of the box. We also launched a beta version of our Layer 2 solution, which is actually a payment network based on payment channel, where everyone is able to execute instant payment with micro fees. This solution already incorporates garlic routing mechanism, which is a final step towards anonymous TON proxy implementation, where everyone will be able to pay in TON coins for traffic. As you all know, Telegram this year developed an integrated TON browser into its messenger, and this allowed billions of users to open TON sites using decentralized domain names. The cross-chain technology started back in 2021, where the TON core team created the TON bridge, which actually was required only because TONCoin was not listed on centralized exchanges. It was not integrated into decentralized exchanges, and we didn't have our native stablecoin. As you know, today, we have all these things covered, right? So it seems that the TON bridge is not anymore required, and the future of cross-chain technologies will be handed over to third parties. So, but the thing is that we are not stopping the TON bridge. We are just suspending its active support. And the huge players like Axelar, Symbiosis, Layer, Swap, and Rhino already started to work on TON integration. And this will allow multiple users basically to transfer native USDT stablecoin from our blockchains to TON. And this is absolutely right, since assets should go to TON, not from TON, right? The R-Squad team did a phenomenal job on TON BTC Teleport, as you have heard already. This is the technology which allows you to transfer Bitcoin directly to TON network without any intermediaries. Unlike other blockchains, we want to be consistent and not to be in a hurry to start using our Layer 2 solution, simply because our Layer 1 solution still has a huge potential. That's why we will be focusing on further optimization of our Layer 1 solution next year. Yes, few things left to do. We are not abandoning them, and we are planning to complete them this year or the beginning of the next one. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the core team is very happy to see how the TON blockchain has increased its popularity this year, and we are very motivated to make it even better next year. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite on stage another core developer, Andrey Pfau. He will tell you more about development tools for TON. Andrey, please welcome.
Hello, my name is Andrey Pfau, and today I will show you a new tools we have created this year. First, developers need a fast and reliable way to update and install their binaries. No worries about complex installations. Now, with each release, binaries automatically published in popular package managers like Homebrew for macOS, Chocolate for Windows, and many other package managers for Linux-based distributives. Now let's talk about TON Docker support. This year we have focused about easy way to install TON node and manage in cloud-based environments. For example, you now can install your TON node using MyTON control image for Kubernetes on such platforms as Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, and Alibaba Cloud. And also I want to introduce a TON replay tool. It's our internal tool created with a partnership with the TON team. This allows us to replay transactions from mainnet on every TON node version. Why this is important? Because when we make a new release of TON node, we need to ensure that we are not introduce new bugs and all works as expected. Next, we have created a TVM retracer. This tool is an open source tool that allows developers to see each action of transaction step by step and see any errors if it occurs in a transaction. This tool is open source, and we encourage to TON explorers to integrate this tool into interfaces, because this makes ability to developers see how its transactions works without leaving TON explorers. Now let's talk about TON libraries. We have a lot of TON libraries for each major programming languages. Some of them are maintained by our core team. For example, TON Kotlin, which is maintained by me. And some of them are maintained by community. So we need to ensure consistency across all libraries. And we make unified test cases for them. So we also encourage community to integrate these tests in their libraries for ensure that prevents bugs and ensures all libraries up to same standard. Now let's talk about IntelliJ TON plugin. It's not our new tool, but in 2024 we have a huge updates. That, for example, now in this year's this plugin is support tucked language, improved TLB support, blueprint framework support, and so on. Talking about blueprint support, we also make support for new project wizard tool. Now you can create a TON project by a few clicks and no worry about installing packages. Also, we make a new support for TVM assembly. Now developers can see and easily to work with assembly opcodes for logging, for example, documentation for each opcode and gas consumption. Also, we fully rewrite a fancy lexer. Fancy has some specific rules for compiler. For example, identifiers not works like in all major programming languages. And now IntelliJ plugins shows the exact errors like in a compiler. And one more thing. This year we created some new tool that IntelliJ plugin also supports. And I want to invite Alexander Kirsanov to talk about this.
Black screen. Let's wait for a second. Can I turn on the first slide, not the slide from the middle? Exactly. My name is Alexander Kirsanov, and I want to talk about FANCI, or this is what I've been doing for many years. More precisely, not PHP, but KPHP. Anybody heard about this? Well, quite a lot. KPHP is a language initially created by Dr. Nikolai Durov and his team, by people who created TON. The purpose of KPHP is to have essential performance to be used in very high-load projects. When Telegram was founded, I maintained KPHP for many years. My goal was to make it comfortable to use for hundreds of developers. I implemented language design, type system, and syntax features. I worked on compiler, runtime, and tooling. Today, millions lines of code are written in KPHP. It's widely used and actively supported. That's a brief history of KPHP. The letter K, by the way, doesn't mean anything. Not Kin, not Kitten, not Kirsanov, just K. Not so long ago, I joined the TON core team to focus all my energy and all my experience onto another language by Dr. Nikolai Durov, FANCI. FANCI is a primary language for writing smart contracts in TON. All mainstream contracts are written in FANCI. All wallets, all jetons, all stablecoins are written in FANCI. What is a language, generally speaking? It's a way you express your thoughts. It's a way you talk to a computer. You write some code, and it just works. But inside, everything is very complicated. FANCI compiler is a huge machinery converting input sources to TVM bytecode. And of course, FANCI is the tiny part of a huge gear. All its parts depend on the others, tied together, forming a complex and unified organism, TON blockchain. But if we zoom out, we'll see millions of developers using popular languages. And when they come to TON, they want to apply their previous experience onto blockchain. And here comes the problem. FANCI is functional C, and it's for Ninja. If you are keen on Lisp and Haskell, you'll be happier. But if you are a JavaScript, Go, Rust, Kotlin developer, its syntax is peculiar for you, leading to occasional mistakes. Let me show you. You open a contract, write a comment, but it's not a comment in FANCI. This one is, like in Lisp, functional, remember? Another example. You write a function that validates input and call it. Pretty fine. You launch your contract, but input is not validated. This function is not called at all. The reason is that you have forgotten impure keyword. Every person who tried FANCI made this mistake. This pattern does not exist in other languages. Why? Because FANCI is low level. For instance, impure is for better compiler optimizations. FANCI encourages you to think about compiler internals to make your contract as effective as possible. That's awesome, but unexpected. And the problem is, that struggle with syntax may decrease your motivation for digging to TON. FunC has served us so well for 3 years, and we absolutely love it. But let's open our imagination and dream. What if there would be a language, the same smart, the same low level, but not functional and not like C? What if, instead of writing code in a C-style manner, you could use traditional commands, familiar imports, declare functions and variables, put in type on the right, like in Kotlin and TypeScript. Instead of putting method ID, you could use get, emphasizing what you are actually doing. Instead of mixing dot calls and tilde calls, you would have dot, one and only way to call a method. What if instead of declaring tilde functions, you could specify for any function that it just mutates the argument? And by renaming it to self, you turn a function into a method called via dot, mutating the object. What if loader functions like this would become simple and straightforward, producing exactly the same assembly code? And once you insert it yourself, you could call it in chain, absolutely identical to JavaScript. What if, instead of using bitwise operators for conditions, we would have logical operators and express our thoughts in a usual manner without any runtime overhead? What if a bunch of throw-in functions would be replaced by simple assertions? What if all functions in a standard library were renamed to become intelligible, so that when you write contracts or read examples, you better understand what's going on? What if in order to use these functions, you won't need to do any additional steps, because they are available out of the box? And so all unusual and unexpected syntax replaced by a clear and familiar one will finally break down a language barrier. I started working in TON to give FunC a new life, to make it user-friendly, leaving all its complexity inside. I made a to-do list, including all the points above, but not limited to. And as for today, I can confirm that this to-do list is almost done. I have rewritten everything related to lexing and parsing to make FunC work the same, but look different. But here is the thing. I am not going to release it. All these changes will not be a part of FunC, because functional and C have nothing in common with the new syntax and future plans. We decided to rename FunC. No, not to rename, but to create a fork, a copy, to leave FunC untouched as it is, as it always was, and to develop a new language driven by a fresh and new name. You know, inventing a name for a programming language is a very delicate thing. It took me 2 months. We discussed hundreds of options. We spent evenings disputing about an ideal name to make it unique, to make it Googleable, to make it beautiful, easy to read, and related to TON. I'll share some of ideas we had. Fondue, Profan, Tank, Pinus, Brief, Cotton, Encel, TONScript, Diphthong, even this one. Not the choice. But finally, after 2 months of thinking, I got that one ideal name. And now it's the first time I pronounce it to the public. Talk. Talk is a very beautiful word. In English, it's consonant with talk. Remember the beginning. What do we need a language for? We need it to talk to computers. In all Slavic languages, the root talk and the phrase to have talk means to make sense, to have deep internals. But actually, talk is an abbreviation. You know that TON is the open network. By analogy, talk is the open language key. What is key, will you ask? Probably code, the nick of Nikolai Durov, or Kolya, kitten, kernel, kit, knowledge. The right answer, none of this. This letter doesn't mean anything. Like in KPHP, not Kitten PHP, not Kirsanov PHP, not Kaput PHP. It's open. The open letter K. Okay, well, I'll remind you what I did. I took fancy compiler, made a copy, and modified it to make its syntax more reliable, and at the same time to leave all low-level optimizations untouched. It means that you can use talk for literally the same tasks as you use fancy, but with less struggle. Being similar to TypeScript, it still gives you full control over TVM assembler. And not only about the language. The JetBrains plugin Andrey Pfau told you about already supports talk syntax, highlighting, and autocomplete. And not only for JetBrains. I've created an extension for VS Code that fully covers talk grammar. It will be kept up to date with talk evolution. All the documentation and migration guide is available online. Now, it's assumed that you know fancy, but later it will be adapted to land newcomers. And even more, using single command, you can take your existing fancy file and immediately transform it to talk. Yeah, the result will require some manual fixes, but definitely, all boilerplate is done automatically. Having this tool, you can try talk for your existing contracts and continue developing them with a new syntax. To be honest, the amount of work behind is incredible. But I realize that it's only the beginning. Currently, talk is literally fancy, just a bit more pleasant. But going further will require fundamental shifts in the technology we have now. There are some obvious points that need to be done. There are some not so obvious points. I have already made a to-do list for the future. And one of its points is to be guided by community needs. That's why sharing your feedback and expressing your wishes may affect what talk will look like. Now, knowing everything about talk, you might be wondering, what fate awaits fancy? Well, I told you that we leave fancy untouched, carved in stone, exactly the same as visioned by Nikolai Durov. All contracts written in fancy will continue working, obviously, and it will forever be available to use. But since talk allows doing literally the same, all newcomers will be onboarded to talk. Fancy will be officially deprecated to avoid confusion. Also, you might be wondering, how will talk coexist with tact? If you don't know, tact is also a language for TON. But unlike fancy, which is low level, tact is a high level and business-oriented language. Its most important disadvantage is higher gas consumption. a reasonable cost for simplicity. Well, if now we have FunC and TACT, after FunC deprecation, we will have TOLC and TACT. But unlike FunC being stable for years, TOLC will evolve rapidly. It will definitely encourage TACT to think of new features, and vice versa. It will push TOLC to get off the ground. So, TOLC is ready for you to try. It's not an experiment, it's a production-ready language. Today, we will merge a pull request to master. Today, we will send plugins for moderation. Today, TOLC will be available in Blueprint. Tomorrow, I won't sleep processing feedback and making hard fixes, but it will be tomorrow. And now, let's talk.
All right, thank you, Alexander. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Congratulations on this huge milestone. Audience, ladies and gentlemen, take a chance to talk with Alexander and his team. He'll be coming off right on this right side of the stage. I can guarantee he'll give you a lot of insights to develop anything on TON. Awesome. Next up, TON's tech and developer tools. Two things that make life so much easier. Please welcome Anton Trunov, the complier and smart contract leads at TON Studio.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi. Hello. GM. So we just talked about talk. Let's talk about TACT and other developer tools, right? So let me start by introducing TON Studio, which I represent here on the stage. So TON Studio is basically an engineering company. We a bunch of experienced engineers, and we work in two directions. It's Telegram mini apps led by Gleb Vorontsov, and smart contracts, tooling around that, and all that related stuff that I will be talking about today. That's my area of expertise, and that's the direction I'm leading. So let's talk about TACT. So TACT's primary mission was to onboard new developers on TON blockchain, right? And if you are a developer or if you're like technical manager, you'll already know this, especially if you're a technical manager, you know the pain of finding more developers, right? They're rare kind. So TACT tries to solve this problem. So first of all, what is TACT? You probably have heard about that, right? So it's a statically typed, call by value, very expressive smart contract language, right? It has support for message passing, which is inherent to the TON blockchain architecture. It has support for some reusable components called traits and also libraries. It generates serializers, deserializers for you. It has partial TLB support at this moment, but more about this a little bit later. And also generates some TypeScript wrappers for your local sandbox tests, so you can emulate the behavior of your contracts locally on your machine without going to slow testnet or mainnet. Right, so it's open source, and not only it's open source, it's also open development. So everything is in the open. You can come to us, you can open an issue, you can raise a PR, whatever. Like you can see everything we're doing. There is almost no privacy whatsoever. So you can follow our development pretty closely. Also, yeah, as I mentioned, it simplifies onboarding for the new TON developers, but with the upcoming changes, we are aiming to be the language for TON blockchain. So looking back, TACT is a young language, but it has been around for a while, right? So what are the 2024 TACT updates? We have more than 5,000 weekly downloads on NPM, where the TACT compiler is published. more than 1,600 repositories on GitHub with like more than 2,000 files already deployed there. We made 11 releases, including 4 major ones during the past year. And more importantly, we grew the tech team from just me joining a year ago TON Foundation to 6 people working full-time on tag compiler and its development tools. And that's our greatest asset. The people who will be building the tools for you to build on TON, to launch your dApps. So, by the way, there is at least 2 projects that use Tact in production. One of them is Pixel Swap, and the other one that I know about is Gas Pump. Okay, what else? So, Tact as a language, we added a bunch of new features like assignment operators, try-catch statements. It's kind of like trying to catch up with the FunC compiler. But we also provide lots of higher level components, right? So we have like Unicode strings, and new syntactic sugar for structures, for instance. And moreover, there is a lot more about actually serializing, deserializing structures, using map operations, including like it's really easy in Tact to traverse a map. You just say for each, and then here you go. You get all the keys and values of the map. Recently we added as assembly functions, so you can go lower level with Tact to, for instance, save on gas. There is new built-ins and new standard library functions, and we are still growing and growing the set of available functions for you, like out of the box. There's also better error messages from the compiler. We improved debugging a lot. There is lots of new documentation, and also there's tons of bugs fixed during last summer when people started contributing a lot to the TON blockchain ecosystem during the Open League hackathons. So speaking of bugs, is it okay to use Tact in production? Like, I mean, besides those 2 things, 2 projects that I just mentioned, our answer is, yeah, we need to ensure tax security, right? And to do that, one of the best tools we have is security audits by one of the best companies out there who do that for crypto space. This is Trail of Bits. They recently audited the Tact compiler code base. They used it on Tact version 1.5.0, and they found 0 critical vulnerabilities. Of course, there are issues here and there, minor ones, but 0 critical vulnerabilities. That means there's no miscompilation that can affect your contracts, at least found by top auditors. Let me switch to the next topic. Of course, for any modern language, it is impossible to just, bring out this compiler, right? And then sit back and relax. No, there needs to be lots of tools to support developers. And these tools are some simple things like some programmer editors extensions like VS Code extension, well, like Vim plugin. I know there are some Vimmers out there. I mean, I've been myself one. I mean, if you're a Vimmer, just, I don't know, woo or something. Yeah, I can see at least 1 or 2 people. Yeah, nice. There is JetBrains IDE plugin by Andrey Pfau and the core team. And there is TON Web IDE, which I will be talking next after showing this cool slide with tag.vim plugin. So please give it a try. TON Web IDE, really cool stuff. This is to bring new developers on board easily. It looks like this. If you go to ide.ton.org, you can start using it. You can start using both Tact and FunC from within your browser. You don't have to install anything on your machine. This is a tool to onboard new developers. It has lots of cool features like GitHub support. It is integrated with Tact Docs. So in Tact Docs, if you go to the Tact cookbook, you click on some snippet open in Web IDE, and instantly you can open that recipe in this thing. Okay, next, security. Smart contract security is the pain in the neck, right? It's really expensive. it's a real problem, right? And you don't want your project to lose funds because of some simple, some simple bug, arithmetic bug in your contract, right? So for that, we collaborate with 2 companies. So for instance, these are the threats like sell overflows, underflows, like some replay attacks, unexpected arithmetic exceptions. If you programmed for TON blockchain, you for sure experienced it. So our solution, the first try, is static analysis. We collaborate with 2 companies that develop these tools. The first one is the Misty TON analyzer, and the second one is the Spreader TON symbolic analyzer. Let me talk a little bit about these. So Misty, it has support for TACT, and FANCI support and TOC support is planned in the future, probably 2025. It has been already used in real-world security audits. It has found critical bugs, so give it a try if you're using TACT. It has 25 bug detectors and more to come. It's based on classical monotonic framework, and also it has some data log-based plugins, and so you can actually extend your analyzer just like writing a little bit of Prolog code, like 10 lines of code, and you have new analyzer. It integrates with Blueprint, and you can add it to your CI. The next one by Esprito, it works at TVM level. So any language, it supports any language whatsoever. It's based on like a huge amount of academic research. It's really state-of-the-art analyzer. It uses symbolic execution under the hood. It does interprocedural contact and path sensitive analysis, has 20 plus detectors and more to come. It can generate even test cases for you, for your code. It just automatically generates test cases. This is really impressive, I think. And also, it is extensible with user rules. And at the end of my talk, let me talk a little bit about the roadmap for 2025 for TACT. So first of all, new backend. So right now, TACT is implemented as a transpiler to FANCI. No more FANCI in 2025. There will be new backend with optimized for instance, for gas. It will support upgradable contracts, full TLB support, all the TVM primitives, and also high-level primitives like algebraic data types and pattern matching. And we are also taking security of the compiler really seriously. We are working on a compiler fuzzer to make sure the compiler is really safe. We are planning new security audit for the upgraded version of TACT. And yeah, gas optimizations. Gas is a little bit of a problem here, right? So we are working on this. There are some high-level opt-in optimizations. We will allow you to switch off some of the TACT features to get gas benefits. We will implement static analysis not only for security but for optimizing code. And we'll employ techniques like partial evaluation, lazy operations, that kind of stuff. And of course, some low-level peephole kind of optimizations as well. In terms of dev tools, there will be new TACT VS Code plugin, which will be unified, will have unified implementation with Web IDE, for instance. It will allow code navigation. You will jump from one place to another. You will format it automatically. There will be like doc hints. It will be integrated with the static analyzers and so on and so forth. Of course, we will add the TOC support into that tooling. And also, it's really a pain to start new dApp on TON, but with contract templates and contract libraries, it's going to be very easy. So if you have like a contract template for a DeFi project, you just clone it, modify it according to your business logic, and voila, you're done, right? So for that purpose, we're forming a team of smart contract authors. They will be supporting both TACT and TOC and FANCI, probably. And so, yeah, there will be well-tested, verified, and so on and so forth for you to actually build on top of that. So TON Studio wants to be the bedrock that you can build on. So thank you for your attention. Get in touch with us.
Thank you, Anton. TACT and dev tools are definitely must-haves. Now we're ready to hear about the webhooks by TON API. get set for a whole new way to integrate TON seamlessly. Please welcome Oleg Illarionov, the CTO of the TON Keeper.
Thank you. Thank you. So, long story short, 3 years ago when we started building TON Keeper, 3 years ago when we started building TON Keeper, we faced an absence of infrastructure. So we decided to build our own. And this journey brought us to this moment. And I'm excited to share with you what we built throughout those years. We gathered everything under one roof on tonconsole.com. So check it out. All we have for developers is in one portal. And the biggest projects of all we have is obviously TON API. TON API is robust, is fast, and reliable API for TON with REST and GraphQL support. And recently we withstand tremendous load. At the peak times, it was as big as 300,000 requests per second. And we're actually dealing with loads like 100 RPS, 100K RPS on a daily basis. So to achieve those results, we actually done tremendous work on extending our infrastructure. We're working on 3 data centers right now, and we are keep extending. Our goal is to have the smallest latency in each part of the world. So we want as much different geolocations and points everywhere. So there's no miracle why our product is used by almost all major wallets in TON. And many other projects. I believe a lot of you using TON API, so that's actually very important for us, and we actually value that very much. We continue improving and innovating, and one of the biggest problems many of you faced over the course of development on TON is how to track events in the blockchain. New things are coming, new things are happening in the blockchain, and your servers, your projects have to know about that something is happening. So we already had for a long time 2 solutions for that. That was WebSockets and Alessia. But the problem with these solutions is it's actually very hard to implement that right, because you have to track the reconnections, you have to keep constant connection to our server, you have to fetch the data you missed while you were reconnecting, you have to have some mechanics to recover after some some blackout or something when you missed some piece of data and you have to fetch everything. So it's actually very hard to implement, and few done that right. So today we are launching webhooks. Webhooks is a new feature which will help developers to fetch every piece of information from blockchain reliably. So you can add as many endpoints as you want and subscribe to as many addresses in a blockchain as you want for each endpoint. And we will actually send data to you. So we will send an HTTP request to your endpoint with all data regarding the event which happened right to your server. And we actually will offer logs and different things to enhance this capability. And if your server, for example, did not answer with success response, we will retry. And if it's continue failing, we will retry more and more with the delay, making sure you get the events. So we will make sure you did not miss a single event in the blockchain. This is a very simple solution which will gradually improve how those systems can be built and make it much more reliable and safe, while reducing the developer time you need to implement that. One more thing, one more problem which many developers face is how you can trust the data you got. Because if your project is critical, you can trust no one, not even us. Because there's, the trust issue should be solved inside your infrastructure. And to solve that, there's only one solution, is to check Merkle proof after getting data from light servers. But light servers are unreliable. Public light servers are awful. They are unreliable. You could not use them if your project is big. At the same time, public servers, if you will host your own light node, it's actually not that scalable. You will face a lot of problems using your own light node, and you will have to provide a lot of infrastructure around to make it scalable. So either way, if you're a small developer or a big developer, this solution doesn't work. Because if you're a small developer running your own node, it's too expensive. If you're a big developer, it's a lot of infrastructure to be built. So we are launching the special service, our own light nodes, light nodes API, which you can use. So we will done that by using load balancer between many light nodes, archive light nodes, small light nodes, different types, and we will forward different types of requests to different type of light nodes, all under the hood. And we will make sure that your request actually was performed and will return you the result, even if some light nodes are failing or some problems occurred. So we will make sure that everything works great with very low cost, because we will share this API with many developers. So one light node will be used by many different developers, and we will distribute load evenly. So you can check the Merkle proof and make sure your data is secure, that it's really happened on blockchain, and that's going to be so much easier for developers. Those two solutions actually work perfectly with each other, because if you're building a payment system or some other kind of system where you want to fetch some updates and show them on your project, you can subscribe with webhook and then go to light node, check the Merkle proofs, and then return success info that you get this information because you know that it is reliable. We actually have a lot more tools inside the TON console. You can check. The most remarkable is our analytics servers. So you can actually write an SQL request and see all the insights, all the data from the blockchain. And we even have a helper built on top of ChatGPT, which will help you to write this chat request using plain English or any other language. There are also a TONkeeper integration, and next month we are going to launch our NFC and Jeton minter. So you will be able to mint Jetons right in TON console. More to say, you will be able to send those Jetons, make an airdrop right there. It will be fast, it will be reliable, and using such sophisticated technologies like compressed NFTs, compressed Jetons, you will be able to create like really mass airdrops with millions of users in very short time period, reliable and cheap. So that is. Thank you so much, and it's an honor to build for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oleg. Thank you. It's amazing to see that you're making things so accessible for the TON ecosystem. And now we are diving into DTON, a very supportive TON project, and I love their presentation naming. From blockchain, what the to Asset OMG. Oh my God. Here to take us on this journey is Andrey Tvorozhkov, the co-founder of the DTON.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Andrey, and I'm a co-founder of DTON. We provide indexing and analytics services on TON. So I want to share with you some saga about our project, because we are long on TON. And I want to share 4 main stories that will help you to build on TON. And each of the stories will try to give you some advice on how to build on TON, instead of showing the great numbers about our projects and that we are doing like great, like everybody do on crypto. Yeah. Okay, the first story is about light servers. And you know, on the start of this year, the public light servers were unavailable because of so many people come to TON and start to using them, and it's totally okay because they're like free and they're using for development and for testing. But we see the opportunity here to help the TON ecosystem, and we built an MVP in just for 3 days that allows you to buy a light server, private, and build production application on it. So it's totally not working, but we get some people on board, and we get some experience from these people, and we spend another month to build normal production application, which actually works great. And you see, we sold 66 subscriptions on the light server in just 1 week. That's because the public light servers were unavailable. And you know, the 2 things I want to share with you here is that, first of all, don't build production application on public light servers. They can be down when a lot of people come to TON. And the other thing, the opportunities to help TON community here is always publicly visible. And you can spot issues and deliver your product to make it successful. The next story is about our team. So after we built live servers, we start to expand our team. We raised angel investment round. And surprisingly, we go to our programmers friends and they are not go to hire to us. The superstars come from jobs.ton.org. And it's like, whoa, they are really good guys there. So you can try to use it. And we finally met everybody here in Dubai after 6 months of our work together. It's pretty fun. And the third story about our life is that we don't have production tests. Any production test, we didn't have it. We just pulled the production and it's just blows there. So we learned the lesson we need to test as many things as we can. And the second thing we thought it will be cool to expand our index, not in handy mode where you have these smart contracts on chain, and to support it, you need to handy write code to support this specific smart contract. We want to create the repository of all smart contracts on TON, and we did it. Actually, there is an ABI. For example, the Dust pools, they have this get reserves method you see, and you write ABI, and it automatically extends our index, and you can filter the fields on all historical transactions on these smart contracts from ABIs, any you want. Or you can go fancy with these complex queries, like you can group all the Dust pools with TON in it and sum up all reserves to get the TVL. It's any complex query you want, so you have smart contracts, go to our ABI, and we support all the historical and the actual and complex stuff. But the main thing here is the tests. So for each of ABI smart contract, we write a test, and it automatically tests on production release every smart contract, so all our data is right. So the last part of I want to share with you is how tough to manage your assets on TON. For example, you have 10 wallets with 3 versions each and tens of app, and you just can't see your net worth anywhere. Like you have TON Space, you have TON Hub, you have another TON Hub, you have TON Keeper, you have another 10 TON Keepers, and so on. So basically, we go to the founders of projects and the TON Foundation and see that they have similar issue. So we're glad to release the assets bot that allows you to spot all the types of assets in just one place. So you can manage them all. And basically, it supports our ABI, so we extend all the smart contracts we know, all the companies that work on TON, to deeply integrate with our index. For example, we approve the Dust and Stone-free pools with, we support approval of NFTs and jetons. Basically, if you have an apps and want to expand our index or the assets bot, you can go to us. Or if you're struggling with asset management on TON, you can give a spin to our bot. Basically, our mentor said that here we need to sum up the things at the end of the presentation, but I want to share the words of a friend of mine that I totally agree with. If TON can make it happen, anybody in crypto can. So keep build on TON, keep doing the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrey. D-Tone is certainly giving us a lot to be excited about. All right, guys, before we head off to the lunch break, I do have some quick raffle surprise and gift for all of you. This is from TON Memelandia. Invite you to visit their booth and the exhibition area. Join the treasure hunt and win prizes in TON meme coins if you find 24 words spread across the venue. Only the first few people to find all the words will win $50 each directly to your wallet. As announced yesterday, each week in the trading competition of the cable arena, there is going to be the new narrative for launching meme coins. Help brainstorm those narratives, proposing your ideas on the whiteboard. The authors of the 3 best ideas will get $500 each as well. If you want to get cool merch with TON meme coins, you just need to perform a couple of the simple social tests. Come try. Lastly, just pass to the booth and learn more about the trading competitions that were launched here yesterday with a total prize pool of more than $1.2 million. Learn more details on how to take part and find new games on TON. Awesome. So lunch is waiting, guys, at the networking zone behind the stage. Grab a bite, meet some brilliant minds. Don't forget to bring back all the energy because the afternoon sessions are packed with more surprises. See you back here at 3:15 p.m. Thank you. everyone. Hope you had a great lunch and some fantastic conversation with some of the people here. Just a gentle reminder, tonight at 7:30 p.m., where we just had a lunch, we are hosting a fantastic party there. Drinks, alcohol, beverages, networking venue. Feel free to stop by, mingle. I think the party is until 2 a.m., right? 7:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Yes, feel free to stop by. All right, so this afternoon, we're jumping right back into action with a look at Telegram mini apps and their 2025 plans. Here to fill us in is Gleb Vorontsov, the head of Telegram mini apps at TONX Studio. Gleb, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch and healthy food. So, love to see so many faces here after the keynote and smiling faces. Today, I'm going to talk a bit more about the results, the achievements of the mini apps platforms, and the challenges we faced, project faced, and how we help them to handle all these hurdles on their way to success. And also, I'll make a preview for the Telegram mini apps plans for Telegram App Center, the marketplace for the mini apps. So let's start. I want to introduce you to TONX Studio once again. Yesterday was an announcement, and our team is dedicated to bring back the power to developers, engage developers, create successful mini apps, provide them all the toolings, all the instruments, and transfer all the knowledge we have to deliver mini apps with the millions of users, with millions of revenue, and we are determined to help build brilliant apps. So follow us at TONX Studio. And can you raise the hands who are not familiar with mini apps? Almost no one. But kind reminder, mini apps, it's web applications, super simple to develop, super simple to deliver to the audience. And what the key factors of the mini app success? What's to bring the growth from the 50 million monthly active users in the end of the 2023 to 500 monthly active audience in the end of this year? And why this result is astonishing? Because the adoption of mini apps within Telegram mini apps audience is above 50%. I think you remember the Inul keynotes, and he mentioned the adoption of mini apps. It's actually like the best adoption rate of mini apps platform available on the market. And we have a lot of loyal audience within Telegram. And how Telegram mini apps became the game changer for Tom, how they influenced the rise and blooming of the ecosystem. First of all, they're super easy to create, simple to start. It's just basic web application when every developer with knowledge on HTML, CSS, JS, popular web technologies can run their mini app in blazing fast. And there are a lot of constructors of mini apps already on the market. So even no-code solutions are available for the mini apps. And second thing is one-tap launch. You don't need to guide your audience to the App Store or Google Play. All the mini apps available right away on one click within Telegram mini app. Third thing, it's lowest customer acquisition cost on the market. With the effective strategy, with applying referrals, with applying viral mechanics, you can acquire a lot of traffic for almost free or at least less than $1. And the last, one of the most important things, it's simple onboarding for Web2 audience to Web3 concepts through the integrated wallet to the Telegram. Users don't need to figure out how to install wallet, how to set up it. It's available for everyone within Telegram. And what are the noticeable results? I think you already know it, but once again, I would love to mention Bloom with their 2 million unique active wallets in the current season of the Open League. It's super good result. Then, of course, we should mention Hamster Combat with their 250 million users acquired in a couple of months. And what are the hurdles on the way to create a mini app with millions of users, with dozens of millions of users? I would love to mention, first of all, onboarding to the ecosystem. We don't have that much of audience onboarded to the Web3 concepts, and every app works with us together, how we onboard and educate our audience and deliver them knowledge about complex DeFi concepts, complex crypto concepts, and educate them about the opportunities and the benefits of the mini apps platform and TON ecosystem. Then we help, and the apps have the problems with the hosting of the applications and the infrastructure with this amount of audience, and of course, the issues with acquiring audience, because every app is seeking the audience, seeking the user base, and as the apps grows, we need to maintain high load. And what we provide for onboarding, for developers, we created a command line interface boilerplate tool to launch an example of mini apps with TON Connect integrated, with all the UI libraries installed, with Telegram UI provided. So if you are new to the mini apps, you can use this boilerplate to figure out how to start your development process, how to onboard to the ecosystem, and check the example. Next thing, hosting is super important, especially for small teams who only start their journey. And with the global audience and mass audience in Telegram mini apps, we are looking for low latency, for content delivery network to deliver content to the users seamlessly, fast, and efficient in every part of the world. We are looking for the HTTP2 to create a multiplex connections, to deliver files very fast, and we need zip broadly and all other modern ways to compress the files to deliver content fast. And we created hosting solution. It's free of charge. It allows to store static files for the mini apps. At this point, it allows to host 10 megabytes, but I think we will increase regarding the needs of the community. And it's fast, reliable hosting for your static files, for your mini apps. What else we can provide? Regarding the user acquisition, I would love to mention Telegram Center, one of the biggest marketplaces for mini apps within the ecosystem. And what are the case studies? What we can do? Well, let's check the case study with Bloom. And I would love to mention that we started with just 100 apps in the late 2023. And these days, we have thousands of apps. And I think in the next couple of months, we will reach easily 2,000 apps and keep growing. And let's mention our partnership with Docs team. While the app was listed in the Telegram App Center, 1.1 million unique users launched Docs mini app from the App Center. And it leads to 126,000 of referrals. And if you see, we are number 4 in the KOL and like Doc token holders. It's just the power of our community. And what we're going to do, we want to bring back to community all the tokens that we were distributed for us. And that's our goal, to reward back community, to incentivize them, participate, explore, and dive into Web3 ecosystem of Telegram mini apps and TON. And we are going to help projects that face high load issues, maintaining seamless user experience without any hurdles, with maintenance, with slow loading of the resources and downtime under the peak usage. And here we got a solution as well. We launched with my team in just 3 days mini app to support Pavel Durov, and the app faced 20K RPAs at its peak, and we delivered this app as an open source. So you can check the backend, the bot infrastructure, the front end, and figure out how you can use it, how to maintain this peak performance and high load. And I would love to emphasize once again, on behalf of TON Studio, we're here to help founders to get their audience, to succeed with their applications, to build powerful applications with good UI, good UX, that will acquire a lot of audience and create a healthy ecosystem. We are here to support the developers with the knowledge, with the technologies, and with the tools to make their life easier while they're developing mini apps and TON applications on our blockchain and ecosystem. And also we are here for the users, because in the end, we want to onboard as many Web3 users from the Telegram ecosystem as we can. And we want to onboard them with the help of you, of the community, of your applications, and our goal to deliver valuable and quality traffic, good audience to all the applications. And I would love to mention what we are going to do next. In Telegram Center, I mentioned we already earn a lot of tokens from the listing events, from play-to-earn games. And we're going to bring back all the tokens to the community. Like literally 100% of these tokens would go back to the community. And to incentivize users participate, we would launch a streaks and rewards program where users will be able to launch daily tasks, special tasks and referrals to engage their friends and help them to engage the audience, engage themselves and exploring the ecosystem, performing key actions in the applications and getting the rewards for their actions. And I would say we also launch a Wheel of Fortune. It's just a simple gamification to incentivize users just participate and try their luck. Also, we are working on onboarding and simplified DeFi within Telegram Center to DeFi protocols. And in the end, I think we're moving towards to the DAO because we want our community to run the App Center to help them figure out whether we want to feature application, how we want to help them acquire traffic, and how we want to distribute their tokens. So, thank you for the attention. I hope you are super excited about TON Studio and our plans. We want to simplify your life. We want to simplify the development process of the mini apps, of the TON applications, TON decentralized applications, and make all of this more accessible to the users. Thank you.
Thank you, Gleb. Thank you. Awesome. The mini app world is our core driver in TON ecosystem. And speaking of new possibilities, next up, we're talking about building GameFi on Telegram mini apps. Please welcome Maria Voigt, Community Manager at Play, here to tell us how it's done.
Hi there. Whoa, it's a little bit nervous to have presentation after Telegram mini apps. But I'm sure that all of us have written down main points of their great presentation, and now we have a lot of insights to developing the projects. I know you've been expecting a speech from Geta team, and I'm going to tell you how to build GameFi on Telegram in reality. In the name of the team who has created more than just one project. Guys? What's wrong? Something wrong with my clicker? Guys, can you help me? It's unexplainable, no? Thank you. Okay, my name is Maria Voigt. I'm community manager, Play T. In the project, I'm responsible for connection with community and handling partnership, dealing with key opinion leaders and all PR projects. I haven't been a part of this team for a long time yet, but I can undoubtedly confirm my presentation live on live. I can undoubtedly confirm that the whole team have incredible experience in their great It's a spoiler. Can we try it again?
All right. I think we're running some issues right here. Thank you, Maria, by the way. Now, for some insights from the Tone mini app ecosystem itself, with over 600 apps and growing, our next speaker has the data and the scoop. Please welcome Vadim Starlin, the CEO and founder of the EdgeGram.
Hey, hello Gateway, hello Ton Fam. I'm so happy to be here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vadim. I'm founder of 2 projects in the Ton ecosystem, Phantom, Fantasy Football, and EdgeGram. And today I'd like to talk to you about traffic in Telegram mini apps. Sorry, can we turn on the presentation, please? Yeah, good. So to begin with, I have a question to you. Who of you have been on the Ton Gateway the last year? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, I see some hands. Great, I've been there too. And the situation with the traffic in Telegram changed a lot. So there's a big hype around it right now, but a very few data. So I thought I'd like to help you guys and share some insights about who are the users in Telegram mini apps. So please do not hesitate to make photos of the slides. I prepared some statistics so that you can use it in your marketing strategies and growth plans. Well, in just 1 year, the whole new industry of traffic in Telegram mini apps appeared. With the applications like Notcoin, Hamster Combat, Bloom, Docs, hundreds of millions of users came to the ecosystem. And a new challenge appeared for game developers, how to monetize this traffic. And this is a challenging task. I know some projects which even left the ecosystem because they failed to do that. But luckily, before coming to Ton ecosystem, I was working in a leading ad tech company called Yandex. And I had a very clear picture of how an ideal solution for that problem can look like. A platform which connects ad buyers and ad sellers. And 1 year ago, I called my ex-colleagues and we came to Ton Foundation and pitched the idea about a tech solution which can help the ecosystem and enable game developers to earn money on their games. Luckily, Ton Foundation supported us, thank you, with a grant, and that's how EdgeGram was started. Few words, I'm telling you about EdgeGram to explain why I'd like to talk about the whole TMA traffic situation. So basically, EdgeGram is a very classical ad network consisting of 3 components. First is an ad SDK, which game developers integrate into their app and earn money by showing ads. And on the other side, there's a web portal where you can create ad campaigns, set targetings, upload ad creatives, and get traffic. And in the middle, there's an ad engine which connects these 2 parties with an auction-based model. So today, EdgeGram is the biggest ad network for TMA, and we have around 40 million daily ad views and around 600 active games which are monetizing their traffic with us. We have around several thousand of active advertisers, and we have 40 people in our team. And we've built a self-service solution which enables game developers to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. And we even have our own grant program to support the ecosystem. And so we have quite a data set, and I'd like to share it with you. So let's go to the sweet part with the data. So first of all, let's start with the languages. This is the interesting part because previously with the Telegram ads, it was the only possible option how to make targetings. So you can see that around 1/2 of the audience is using English language as their main, as their settings in the Telegram app. Then on the second place goes Russian language, because still Telegram is very popular in CIS countries. And after that goes the Persian languages and others. And here is the interesting part, because the geo-targeting was not possible before TMAs. Now we have IP addresses, so we can do some data. A little bit disclaimer here. Thanks. Thank you for your support, guys. Lots of talking these days. So this is data without clearing for VPNs. We just bought a database, and like the next month we will publish statistics about the clear data, but this is with VPNs. So number 1 geo in Telegram mini apps ecosystem is Nigeria. Is there anyone from Nigeria? Yeah, I see one hand. Okay. Second place is Bangladesh. Then goes Germany and USA, but I'm not really sure about these geos, so we need to clear that for VPNs. After that goes Russia, India, and Vietnam. What about the platform? Mainly it's Android. So it's not a surprise that Mr. Durov used Android to test devices, because Telegram is popular in countries where Android penetration is very deep. So we can see that iOS share is slightly less than 9%, and there's around 6% for desktop. But the traffic from desktop Telegram mini apps is really very low quality, and for many games, there's just no version of desktop. And then the premium. So I'm not 100% sure about these statistics, because probably users with Telegram Premium, they do not watch ads as much as users without Premium. But still, we can see that around 5% of the audience have Telegram Premium subscription. And here comes the more interesting part. Let's go deeper into the statistics. Well, so if we have a look on the top countries, well, with Nigeria and India, there's nothing super interesting. Like, it's almost 100% English. And with Russia, it's like almost 100% Russian. But let's go to this slide, and this is my favorite slide. Because previously, if you were buying traffic from Telegram, you were able only to target language. So if you were buying an English-speaking user, with 20% probability, it will be a user from India, and with 20% probability, it will be a user from Nigeria. So like 40% from these two countries. Then goes Bangladesh, Philippines, and the long tail of other countries. If we talk about Russian, the first place is Russia, obviously, but then goes Ukraine with 15% and Uzbekistan. And with the Persian language, this is funny, so you can see the preferences over the VPN servers. So 1/3 of our Persian-speaking friends prefer America servers for VPNs, and 20% prefer German VPNs. But what about premium users who have more money, presumably, than non-premium? So 1/2 uses Russian language, and then 20% uses English language, and then goes Ukrainian. Well, then goes, surprisingly, Indonesian, but, well, why not? And in terms of country distribution, with like 1/3 probability, it will be a user from Russia. Then, slightly less than 10%, a user from Ukraine, and then Indonesia in Nigeria. Well, these are big countries with good Telegram penetration. The non-premium users, well, it's almost coincides with the statistics over the overall Telegram geo distribution. So not so interesting. And the last piece of data I'd like to show to you is the CPM rates, because it reflects how the market estimate the value of the users in different countries. Well, the most expensive audience is Russian, and strangely, it's Nigerian and USA. I have no idea why Nigerian audience is as expensive, but probably it's already a brand. Nigerian guys, Nigeria is a country with very good crypto penetration and very active Telegram audience, so probably projects are interested in buying this audience and attracting users to their projects from these countries. So, guys, I'm really hoping that this data will help you. In case you want to talk about the traffic in Telegram, I'll be at our booth in the middle. And in case you have an app which you'd like to monetize, we'd be happy to earn you money, or if you need traffic, we can bring it to you. Thank you, guys. Good luck to you. Good luck to Ton. Have a great day.
Thank you, Vidim.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, over 600 plus apps is no joke. All right, before we invite the next speaker, we're just gonna do some more give outs for some free stuff, surprise gifts from our Ton store. We're actually coming up with a highlight video, promotion video for our Token 204, not Token 204, I'm so sorry about that, Gateway. And we need a highlight. Anyone can raise your hands and talk about what are some of the things that you like the most about the Gateway today. Very simple. Just it can be a one statement. We have our staff right here. We'll be passing the mic to you. Also, will be recorded. Please note that probably it's good to specify your name, what company you represent for. That would be a good advertisement as well. There you go.
Hi, my name is Igor from Bitcoin Hub. I have a like this. I like that Telegram go into Bitcoin and I can stake Bitcoin and Ton. I think it's like low risk to have free money, and I will do it when you have technology online. Thank you. It's very cool for adoption of Bitcoin.
Thank you.
Bitcoin!
Thank you so much. All right, we have 4 more people that we need to highlight from. There you go, right here on the very first row. Look at the camera. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Philip. I'm launching Paymate on Ton out of Zurich. I'm from Brazil. And I'm amazed to see what technologies that you guys have built up in terms of mini dApps, USDT on Ton. Let's build together an amazing ecosystem. I am amazed. Thanks for this amazing event.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a person right behind. So, all right, we're going to come back to you. Okay? We'll start with that one. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Samyar from Anton. Well, I love the atmosphere here. Everything is awesome. Everyone is awesome. And I just wanted to say that I hope to see you all again on the next Gateway. Hopefully, we have built awesome products, awesome mini apps, And I hope that I can make good connections, and we make good connections with each other next year, for the next year, and for the sake of the community. Yeah, that's all from me. I hope that we I see you next time. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Right here in the second row, to the front, yes. And then we're going to have someone all the way in the back, just one last person. Go ahead.
This is Oleg from TON Fiesta, and I've been into this industry for over 12 years. But what I realized with TON, I moved to TON a year ago and bring all my operations, all my projects on TON, because TON is the first ever blockchain. It is talking actually about community. It's all about the community, not just the end users, but the way the gateway and the TON Foundation is supporting builders. It taught a lot about community, and it feels like a decentralized, community-driven project. So this is the first blockchain.
All right, thank you, thank you. Sorry, we're trying to choose someone from all the way to the back, if that's okay. Right there, all the way to the back. There you go, thank you. That's the last giveaway. We're gonna come back with some more giveaways, so rest assured.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, this is Moresh. We run a social prediction market on Telegram as a mini app. Check us out at the Human Protocol. Launched about a month and a half back, have 2 million users. And it's beyond a tap-tap game. It has real utility for the tokens. And quite excited to be on TON. And happy to be here. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so let's go back to a story, personal story of mine. What really got me into TON and the blockchain itself was really all about the mass adoption. And when I speak about the mass adoption, I simply cannot think of this better than this project with this guy named Xin Yan, is the CEO of Sign, here to tell us more about the token mass distribution. Please welcome Xin to the stage, everyone.
See you, brother. All right. Yo, see you, so many signs here. Good to see you guys. All right, so I'm very excited to be here. You know, I was trying to understand what is TON, what is Telegram. I'm a deep, heavy Telegram user. I use it more than WeChat. And I start from 2 years ago, we start to building on TON. And we at Sign, we're a serious group of blockchain builder, application builders, and we see blockchain as our opportunity, our lifetime opportunity to build applications and provide services to billions of people. Because before blockchain, we're only building SaaS, we're providing services in 1 country and 2 countries. But right now, we're building a very international team. I'm Chinese, we have Indians, we have Eastern Europeans, we're Americans. We're building applications for all over the world citizens. So today, I mostly want to talk about our job, most of our job on TON, which we distribute token on TON. So yes, this year, I think we definitely see the takeoff of Notcoin, Hamster, AvaCoin, Phantom, Gamey, different tokens distributed on Telegram TON. And we see this as the easiest way to onboard the people because I see on Telegram, on TON, we're still at a user onboarding phase, right? So right now, users, especially a lot of Web2 users, don't really understand what is crypto. But right now, it's just simply tap or commit some data or something, they get real tokens. And when they onboarding token, when they claim token from token table, they set up their wallet. They finally onboarded TON. So what are we doing here? So token table is a token distribution platform. We build a complicated system. We have a smart contract, set a smart contract, we have a website, we have mini apps, not just on TON, on all the blockchain platform, we're managing tokens. We see in the futures, token issuer games, game builders, application builder, they don't need to take care of how their token distributed to people, how they're managing their cap table. They don't need to take care of all that kind of stuff. They can just leave this to us. We handle two parts. One part is we care about the large-scale airdrop, which mostly happen on TON. Because token distribution on TON the number is so huge. It's something we've never seen before. Say on an example is like, say, Doge, the most OG meme coin for the past 10 years, only have 6 million on-chain addresses. But on TON, we can easily get like tens of million addresses. And this year, only we're dealing with like Daos. On-chain, they have like tens of million addresses. So this is something we've never seen before, the world never seen before. And we know like because there's too many users, we don't want them to rush to claim their token across the platform. So we build a complicated system to make sure we separate our smart contract into 16 shards, making sure they all get their token in time. So this year we have been distributed on TON, just on TON, 500 million tokens. We have all these projects working with us. And I see the next one will be Roots. And we're happy to provide services to like Mimilandia and TON Foundations in the future. And the opportunity we see is TON is still so early. Actually, compared to right now, we have like 24 million on-chain activated wallets. Compared to Telegram MAU, we still have a 30x opportunity, right? So, and also TON is a highly secured platform, blockchain platform. We have like 12 billion assets, TON coins securing the whole platform. And right now on-chain, we just started the on-chain token creation process. And we're not just building products. Actually, we are not vanilla. We're trying to like accelerate token creation by bringing the best project on TON. So we work with Notcoin and Wenge to present Triangle as a token, it's a Telegram TON focused accelerator. And we bring the best builders, bring their best projects on TON, and we're curating the whole token generation process. And soon we're gonna launch a launch pool. So basically we're gonna curate the token creation distribution for them to open the door for all the application to the core TON community. And we're also trying to partner with the most active community, TON Society. So these people are building amazing products. They build us like SBT scoring system. And for the TON core community, if you're loyal enough to TON, if you join every event, you join, like do all the stuff, interact with all the contracts, you will get a lot of like SBT badges. And then you're gonna get actual airdrop from like token table, from future tokens launching on token table. That's a reward to the real community, not farmers. We're building a stronger community here with a combination of like orange and blue. And lastly, so like I said, I'm Chinese. I'm joining this ecosystem with WeChat's best application, the Red Pocket. And we interpret in Telegram ecosystem was Make It Rain, right? So because we're trying to facilitate token distribution, and the token distribution only being used by token issuer when they're TGE, just too slow, right? So every month we'll have a couple. But if right now we bring this into a community, into a group chat, into channels, all the KOLs, all the people who are actively building communities, you can easily distribute the token you like to your community, to your audience, to engage with them, not just alphas, but real tokens. So we're gonna see in the future, there's some more token will circulating on TON. There's some more token will generated on TON. We're gonna have more token with wider distribution. Thank you guys. We're gonna see the signs.
Thank you, Xin. Thank you. Awesome. Token mass distribution. I mean, who do not like free speech in Web3? Sign us up. All right, so next, let's dive into Web3 gaming with a twist. It's time to hear how Cocos is bringing gaming and beyond to TON and Telegram. Please welcome Luna, CMO of Cocos Studio.
Well, my mic is on, right? Hello, everyone. Finally, I've been waiting for a long time behind, and I'm looking forward that this man gonna split a lot of airdrop to you all. I hope you got the airdrop. And this is Luna from Cocos. I'm wondering to know how many of you guys know Cocos already? Wow, please, developers, thank you so much for the long-term support. And now, this time, we're gonna bring something new and amazing to TON ecosystem. So that's why I think for most of you guys have the talk with me for the past 1 or 2 days already. I can't wait to show you more. But I say some of you guys didn't holding your hands. Maybe you have no idea who are Cocos. Well, let me show you some data here. First of all, I'm so proud to say we are the #1 mini game engine in the world. And of course, we are from China, and we are the #1 mini game engine in China as well. And of course, here are some data you can read by yourself, but I want to highlight a little bit. We have 1.7 million developers all around the world, and also crossing more than 200 countries, the developers continuously supporting us. And besides that, you will see different numbers. For example, like 2 billion global devices, they are using us because from our portfolio, from our partners, there's a lot of phone users like Vivo phone, Xiaomi, all those phones, they're using us as our strategic partners. So that's why we are one-stop solutions for gaming. And that's also the reason why we are here with TON, because I think you have the same goal and idea with I do. Besides that, I want to mention something like that, because Cocos, we always listen our video or our developers' mind. We are working closely with our developers. So I want to using this chance to thank you so much for your fully support for the past 10 years, continuously using and develop and made our amazing mini games on Cocos all around the world. Thank you so much. And besides that, thank you. And also, there's some data actually I want to share with you to tell you the background and how it grows the mini game in China. As you can see, actually here is a global not mini game, but game, big picture market. From the last year until this year, there's some data is here and some growth and people holding the positive things. But have you aware one data? It's crazy here. That is the China mini game. And before and now, they are expected like double market here. Why? And later on, I'm gonna share you more information I know from the China market and from our experience. And here you can say one thing is, since we are talking about mini game and we are the #1 already, there's a 64% of the whole mini game in the world created by Cocos. And now we are here, we want to do something together with TON at the same what we do before. And this is the data I want to share with you and also explain to you why people expected the mini game can have a booming growth in China. And here have a 2 different model. I think most of you guys already know that. But for the people who don't know, I'm gonna explain a little bit. It's in-game, in-app purchasing and in-app advertisement. And since with the in-app purchasing, you can see the data from last year to this year, it's rapidly grows very, very fast. Why? Because for the past years, we create the mini game with WeChat together with Cocos. And this year, after like almost 5 or 10 years growth, and all the payment solutions is fulfilled. And that's why a lot of people, we start to using Cocos runtime to make sure your mini game can grow smoothly and every step can grow very, very fast. So that's why we are changing our model from the in-app advertisement to in-app purchasing. And you can see as a developer or the data I share with you, Here have something changed rapidly and very vivid. This is also the things we are looking forward to working with Tom. And the good things is we are here already because we are weird and Tom have the same goal with us together. We bring the same things here. But at this moment, maybe you're gonna ask me why? Since the market in China is big and it grows very fast, why you are here? I'm gonna explain a little bit the reasons, the realities in China, the market. The first one is for those who got a lot of revenues and a very successful project, they earned already, and they want to find some overall users, audience, and they are very confident to go outside, to go overside. And then the second part is competition. Now 70% of the mini game is from the WeChat and TikTok. Of course, is our partners, but we still worried about the gaming still in Cocos engine. They need to find a way to go outside. And the last one, and also important one, is the restriction license. Because before, have 30,000 licenses gonna publish every year, but now maybe just 5,000. So for developers, they have a lot of gaming not published yet. So that's why we are here. We want to working with Tom together. As you can see, all the reasons we are exploring a lot. Before, for the gaming, for the Web3 gamings, we want to find a good place. And the places is fit for not only the developers, but also for the users. Now it's here, it's a time, it's happening right now. It's a good sign for people aware and know that this is a nice place. This is the whole story about why we are here. And Cocos want to do something together with Tom. And this is happening because we just launched our one-click publishing in Cocos Creators. For the developers, before you get used to launching your game on different platform, on different chain or different phones, right now you can deploy your game directly with Cocos to Tom and Telegram. So this is gonna be a one-stop solution for you all when you do the develop. And then I think, of course, all you can imagine, all the toys from Tom, no matter the Tom Connect or the API, we put it together in the creators, which means, as I mentioned already, it's a one-stop solutions, all you think. And yesterday we know there's a lot of features updated soon, so we're gonna update all those functions as well in our SDK and creators. So that's why we want to offering all the one-stop solutions for you, all the developers, together with us. I always saying we are the sheep, and on the sheep there's a lot of trustful 1.7 million developers with us. So we need to keep the safe and keep everything seamlessly to go to the town world. I think now we made it, and very good. And later on, I'm gonna share you more videos on that part. But I think you may ask me, what's more? What anything can do? The first part is the SDK gonna continuously update it with the Tom. We are close together and then updated every single features. Besides that, on the global developers, we're gonna offering you the incentive programs to encourage you to create a high quality games with Tom, with Cocos together. And besides that one, I think after here, some of us, we're gonna meet in Ho Chi Minh City, in Vietnam, and we're gonna continuously give you a lot of tech support. If you have any questions, you can find us, and we will offer you the solutions by free. So this is what we can do right now, but in the end, I want to say something. This is a word, actually, I talked with one of the developer. He told me, he have a lot of matured, fulfilled game on his hand, and he's looking for the right places like Web 2 to Web 3. And I think we feeling the same. We struggling to say, okay, we are very familiar with Web 2, and also we want to do something in Web 3. Where is the places we can do? And when we still struggling and cannot find the direction, in the end, we say something, we see the green lights shining. That's the moment, that's a good moment here. And I already heard a lot of people give me the good positive feedback. So let's do together with Tom, with Cocos, and to create more high quality mini game on this ecosystem. And I will appreciate for all of you the efforts. And our goal is to make the developer get rich and get a fantastic experience. And in the end, I'm gonna let my coworkers and friends to play the videos I can share it with you and to let you feel the toy we built. Thank you so much. Could you please play the records? Well, I would like to thank you so much for the speech. And if you have any questions, you can come to me. Thank you so much and enjoy your stay. Bye.
All right, thank you, Luna. Cocos is pushing gaming forward like never before. All right, guys, it's another time for a giveaway. This time, we're gonna try to come up with 5 people once again, and just brainstorm some ideas. What do you think is the future of TON? I'm just gonna repeat that question. What do you think is the future of TON? It can be simple, it can be sophisticated. Feel free to share your insights. Anyone who raises their hand, the 5 person that the first come, first serve, will be giving out 5 frisbees from our TON store. Anyone? Right here.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirill. I'm from Follow Dragons and I'm the designer. So for the future of this TON, I think it will be the way to pay everything, like anywhere, in a restaurant, in a magazine, using TON without any problem and with a simple with a simple way, something like that. Yeah, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, simple usage of TON. Thank you. Make sure you get a little gift from our guest. There you go.
Hi, I'm Megan. I'm from Sign, and as you can hear from my voice, I'm very excited for screaming about Sign. We're extremely bullish on TON because we believe that they're the next generation of the huge mass onboarding. The world is not yet ready for us, but when they will be, they're coming on TON. So the future of TON is mass onboarding done through mass token distribution. Do you see the signs?
Ooh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we need 3 more people. Oh, right here. 1.
Yeah, hello. So if we will speak about future of TON, I think that we are going to the mass adoption, towards the mass adoption. We already have a mass, like this part of the world, but we need to bring the really adoption of TON to make it available for every user in every country and make a community in 100 times better and larger than today. We have already an amazing community, but we need to grow up to make the mass adoption really adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you get the frisbee. 2 more. Anyone would like to share your thoughts on what's the future for TON? There you go, to the first row.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia. I'm founder of Aqua Protocol. It's the first CDP protocol on TON blockchain. And I think that future of TON will be the biggest social FI platform where FI is financial. So social financial the platform in the world, the most biggest.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, we need one last person. We have one more gift. Anyone with, oh, there you go. The second row to the right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mikhail from Course One, a staking provider. I think the future of TON is being the first chain to really figure out good UX. Period.
All right, thank you. That was pretty simple, strong, powerful. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there's a lot of possibilities, unlimited indeed, for the future of TON ahead of us. Speaking of the possibilities, we're going to come back to our beloved Maria Vogt. I do apologize on behalf of the entire TON Foundation that due to the technical issues that we just had, we're going to try one more time. Please, with your greatest efforts, welcome Maria Vogt, Community Manager at Play. Give a big round of applause, guys. Thank you. You're the best.
Something weird. Wonderful. Hi again. I'll try to continue my presentation. If I'm not mistaken, we stopped on introduction. Our team, thanks. Thanks a lot. Yeah. And before we became Play-T, each of us had faced many challenges in the field of web development. Currently, Play-T represents 3 GameFi projects. They are on the different stages of implementation. I'll tell you briefly about 2 of them, which are on the initial stages. As for the main project, Geta, I'll tell you about it in details. So, guys, did you used to have Tamagotchi? Anybody? Hands up, please. Awesome. So did I. In my childhood, this gadget is the shape of a dog. And I used to grow a puppy there. Well, actually, it was not me who was looking after this puppy, but my parents. They take care about it and make sure that my puppy was not hungry, was happy, and didn't have a chance to die, because it could make me cry a lot. Times changed, and now we have all entertainment in our phone and messengers on Telegram. Geta is a Tamagotchi game in the genre of midcore. Core mechanic, shortly. The game can offer its users to take care about pets and make sure that they are fed and happy. It's basic, it's Tamagotchi. Apart from that, the game to get to know the blockchain technology and start to earn money. The users grow pets and make profit by selling them and taking part in different competitions. We rank the 17th position in NFT collection in regard to the sales volume on the Get Games. We decided to go further and are ready to release 2 new game mechanics. We are sure you will discover the world of Web3 game on different perspective. Look at the screen. Guys, please, video. Well, I guess you understood something legendary is already. As I mentioned before, the Geta project is less than 1 year old. But for this year, we have managed to achieve quite outstanding results. It's out of the question that each project have its own failures. I want to tell you about 2 failures. Obviously, we have more, but I want to tell you about 2 of them. We couldn't launch the game on iOS properly for a long time. It wouldn't work. Expect the latest gadget. It extremely annoyed all users and us until we solved the problem. The thing is that we used the limits of memory incorrectly. Memory load per page exceeded 1 gigabyte. That's all. We finally fixed it, but it was too time and energy consuming. And the second failures, in the beginning 2024, in our chat moderation, we had only just 1 person as moderator. Meanwhile, the project had already 1 million users. Honestly, there was a lot of chaos. We lost users every day. And finally, had to alter our working with community and invite more moderators. It took time and it was painful, but it's a history of our success. The second project, Sheep Royal. Everybody loves sheep, don't they? Sheep are trendy. We have launched the open beta of the game in September 2024. It rewards from users their wits and strategic mindset to beat the opponents. Core mechanics shortly. Plow the fields, build Tesla towers and more trees, attack your opponents with the super sheep. On the whole, do your best to beat the opponents in showing log back and through. And it's a little bit spoiler. You should be able to collect the strongest pack of cards before we will start actually entertainment. And the third project, my guys asked me to pronounce this word with caution. Granha. In Spain, it's a farm. It's a unique game where you can grow NFT fruit and vegetables, maybe something weird, fruit and vegetables, which can be used in different projects on the whole TON blockchain. Right? It's not mistakes in different projects on the whole TON blockchain. For instance, Square apples is already used in Gata. Pets eat it with pleasure. Based on our own experience, I would like to focus on main tips which will help to save your precious time, money, and mental health. Do not neglect through reading all technical information of the program which you used, even if you are quite sure of its details. Bear in mind our failures with iOS. Amen. Do not economize your time and efforts on creating moderation, technical support, and testing team. Contribute to work with community will pay off as the main active users will start onboarding new users. And when all the process will develop naturally. It's the only way to build tight-knit community. As for the last tips, it means TON Foundation and Telegram mini apps have a lot of useful tools, such as a grant program, accelerator, special catalogs on Telegram, and plenty of own information channel. Here, they can promote you. They can help you. Since we are talking about the projects, it's important to note we are doing our best not remain in the history as the authors of one hit, and doing our best to continue working with different various new games. But as for development of digital economics, we stick on opposite approach. We're not intending to create endless numbers of tokens for each of our projects. GTON is the universal currency for all our projects. Would you like to buy legendary pets in Geta? No problem. Would you like to get a card with the new fields in ShipRoyal? Here you go. Would you like to grow new crops in Granja? Certainly, you can do this. Now you can mine GTON in Geta. Quite soon will be its listing in Tier 1 stock exchange. And with every month, its utility will be increasing. And as a conclusion, guys, our team represented the experts who are originally from Web 2. We've been trying to contribute to the blockchain, the whole project on the blockchain by producing quite complicated and interesting mechanics and creating high-quality game design. And we encourage all users and builders on TON to follow our path, which is tough but exciting. We believe that the future of all huge games belongs on outstanding mechanics and proper monetization. Let's play and create some good games. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria, for a wonderful presentation. GameFi on Telegram is a whole new frontier. All right, now let's talk about why TON is the best ecosystem for projects out there. From support programs to incentives, Alena from TON Foundation is here to tell us why TON stands out. Over to you, Alena.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? Wow, so many people. I thought all of you would be networking there, but I'm very glad that you came. So my name is Alena. I'm ecosystem lead at TON Foundation. And today I want to cover very, very favorite questions of every TON founder and builder. Like how to get money from TON Foundation, how to get a post in our official social media accounts, or rather, why are we so slow to respond in chats with teams, right? Who can relate? I bet many of you, right? Guys, very sorry for that. But I really want to start with some very positive news and very positive facts. So if you were to ask me to describe TON in 2024 with just one single word, I would say this word would be growth. Or rather, impressive and like super fast growth of the ecosystem and of the ecosystem of builders who are actually contributing to its growth. So we've reached absolute records for the number of daily active wallets and monthly active wallets on TON chain. So 12.4 million all-time high for monthly active wallets and 2 million for the number of daily active wallets. Like, wow, these were once again the peak numbers for the ecosystem. We did the same with the TVL, having achieved almost 800 million at all-time high. We saw the emergence of truly the largest Web3 apps in the entire crypto world. Daos with their 52 million at all-time high for monthly active users, Not with 26 million, and Catizen with 22 million. You would say, but these are just off-chain users, right? The total users of the applications. The cool thing is that they did manage to transfer the ownership to the community through the on-chain mint of their token. And so Daos is right now the largest meme coin in the entire crypto ecosystem with 5.4 million on-chain holders of their token. Not has 2.9 million and Catizen has 1.6 million. Incredible numbers. This is obviously all thanks to those fantastic and truly amazing teams that are building cool products in the ecosystem. So, according to me, we now have more than 350 teams in the TON ecosystem today, out of which 120 have participated in the Open League Season 6 so far. Yesterday, in Anthony's speech, you saw the number 240. If we also count the tokens that used to participate in the token league of the Open League, we would get even a higher number. We can see an increasing demand for TON grants and bounties. So you see that in December of 2023, so like roughly a year ago, we would only receive like 41 applications a month. In July, we almost hit 200 applications per month. You can imagine how happy the grant team was processing all those applications in just 1 month. But like, I'm just kidding. We are very happy with such an interest from the side of builders. This summer, we did a very successful hackathon where we once again showed another record. We received more than 1,000 applications for this hackathon. And out of those, we got 28 finalists, 9 new DeFi protocols now launched on mainnet, 2 games with more than 1 million monthly active users, 2 teams who successfully participated in the Curve TON stable swap competition, that you probably heard about yesterday. And actually one team even won this competition just last week. 13 teams have been participating in the Open League so far, and 3 projects have been invested by TON Ventures from those 28 amazing finalists of the hackathon. You probably know that we currently have another hackathon ongoing, so if you're interested, please do not hesitate to join. So this is all about TON, and we can actually stop here, because what else do we need? We have amazing teams who are building great products and, well, quite successfully. But we also hope that something that we are doing from our side also helps. And those sleepless nights and a lot of effort put into the development of the ecosystem is also seen, at least partly. So let's try to understand how exactly do we support projects and what can you as a founder, as a builder, find and which assistance you can get. So we've adopted this approach that I personally called one, or rather several too many. So we have these institutions, you've heard a lot about them during these 2 days, TON Foundation, TON Society, TON Ventures, TON Accelerator. We also have TON Studio and TON Core now. And we have a lot of builders, and these are the instruments with which we can actually help you grow and succeed in the ecosystem and beyond. So just to cover them very briefly, you can ask me for details after, but TON Nest is our new pre-accelerator for early stage builders launched by TON Society. We provide marketing support to teams, also organized by the fantastic marketing team of TON Society. So we can do dedicated posts, we can do ecosystem digest, we can help you with KOLs, we can give you Telegram ads credits, and so on and so forth. We develop a lot of supportive materials like guides and best practices. For example, how to build a good Telegram mini app with good UX, UI. We organize a lot of events for builders. This is also thanks to amazing TON Society members. We have hackathons, we have boot camps, we have accelerator, we help with listings as well. So we can facilitate your negotiation efforts with centralized exchanges. And we also assist teams with their fundraising efforts, sharing the deal flow with our network of VCs. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of people in this room can relate to that. Like, grants is one of the favorite topics of every single founder in any ecosystem, not only on TON. So if we look at the historical perspective for TON grants program, like probably some of you has already applied, and you know that we, to be very honest, are not very generous with grants, right? So far, we've allocated funding for 110 teams, probably a bit more, because before that we didn't used to count the exact number. But the thing I'm trying to say here is that the major focus of the grant program used to be GameFi and infra and DeFi and dev tools so far. Now we are shifting the focus towards DeFi. And I think you already understood how important DeFi currently is for the ecosystem. So we're looking for teams who will successfully deliver such products as CTPs, restaking, yield farming, CLMMs, and others. But we never forget about other verticals, which are super crucial and super important for TON, such as GameFi, social Web3, and obviously developer education, because we need to ensure good developer experience for those interested in TVM. Now, the Open League. This is actually my favorite topic. You can wake me up at night and I can talk about it. This is the major incentive program on TON that we've been doing since March of this year. We've been doing a lot of experiments, and teams that are participating in this program know it very well, and we are very, very proud of doing it with them, and very, happy and open to any feedback that they provide. So for those who do not know what the Open League is, it is an incentive program for both teams and users. So what teams do is they participate in an open competition in those leaderboards, and there are several leaderboards. So we have the Application League, we have the DeFi League for DeFi products, we have the NFT League, we used to have the Token League as well. And so what we do, we invite teams to join, we rank them in leaderboards based on the metrics, based on their real performance. And then at the end of the season, we give them different types of prizes. So if you scan this QR code, you will see the current state of the leaderboards. So we've just finished the DeFi League and the NFT League, and the App League is still ongoing. We're going to finish it in a few days. And so how to apply for this program? You need to have on-chain mechanics in your app, and this is basically the main eligibility criterion. And we plan to start the next season later in November. What you need to do is just to follow the updates in our official social media. So this is basically the most popular question, like how to get there, how to participate as well. Just follow the updates. Applications usually open 1 week before the start of the season. So what do teams get as winners, as best performers of the Open League? There's been like a lot of different types of prizes that we used to distribute. We started with direct monetary prizes for teams, and the budget we distributed so far is $8.4 million in TONcoin. We gave rewards for the liquidity providers of best performing tokens in the token competition, and the total budget we spent for that is almost $20 million in TONcoin. So how it worked, like best top 10 tokens used to secure TONcoin for the liquidity providers in their pools and dexes, and every project needed to provide Jeton from their side as well. We also experimented with community airdrops, which are currently ongoing as well. There are 2 airdrop campaigns, and we distributed more than $5 million in TONcoin for that. We continue to provide marketing grants in forms of Telegram ads credits and AdsGram credits, who has recently become a partner of the Open League. We also gave teams these special edition TON Gateway prizes, including booths, tickets, and speaking slots. So, in total, we've allocated more than $25 million in TONcoin, and this is obviously not all, and we plan to continue further. For users, it's all very simple. They are rewarded for the active usage of TON applications and TON protocols. So as I was saying, there are currently 2 airdrops. One is already over. We are finalizing the results. And the main one is still ongoing till November 6th. So you can just scan this QR code and see more details about it. So this is how this flywheel actually works. So TON Foundation provides prizes and visibility to teams and airdrops and liquidity rewards for liquidity providers. So here we target the user. So teams also provide airdrops to the users, and they also provide very simple token mining mechanisms, transferring this ownership to the community. And the community, the users, they reward teams with actual usage of their apps and with liquidity. This is how it has worked so far, but let's talk about the results. We've learned a lot of lessons, and we've been in constant dialogue with teams who need to understand that it's very, very hard to embrace all the feedback. But once again, it's just a very large experiment that is still ongoing, and we still keep on doing. The first great result of the Open League is obviously the growth of the number of apps that are participating in the program. Can you imagine that in the beta season that started in March of this year, we only had 17 projects participating. Now in season 6, as I was saying, we secured 120 participants across all the leagues. And the cool thing is that it's been working as a very good visibility tool for us as well, because we discovered a lot of great teams building in the ecosystem, thanks to the Open League. So now we have a chat with almost all of them, we are in touch, and we can better understand their needs and their current demands. So more mini apps implemented on-chain activities earlier than they originally planned to, just because, once again, having on-chain mechanics in your app is the main eligibility criterion to join the Open League. So you can see in this example of Gamey and Blum how they implemented on-chain mechanics in order to join the Open League and show how cool their apps are and how great their performance is. So we believe it is very important to start onboarding the user to Web3 through very simple actions as soon as possible, not waiting till the token launch. Going further, we obviously saw amazing growth of on-chain metrics, achieving 4-digit growth of daily active wallets and 3-digit growth of daily transactions. And the thing is that every season, 50% of users of the Open League are new users. So we do manage to attract new people to the ecosystem thanks to the Open League. We provide increased visibility and exposure to teams that are performing well in the Open League, publishing regular digests in our own social media channels, trying to be in touch with media outlets to bring exposure to the Open League as an initiative in general, and then also facilitating partnerships of teams with different Web3 players, like, for example, wallets of exchanges. And here you can see the example of Bitget Wallet that has been in touch with major teams of the Open League recently and has been promoting the program itself very much. Also, we've seen an unprecedented scale of collaborations between TON teams thanks to the Open League. So before the Open League, I felt like our projects were kind of developing in isolation. And now we can see amazing examples of partnerships being launched practically every single week. So here, for instance, you can see the example of Nomis, of JVolt and DAO Llama, of bHarvest and Phantom. Like, all those guys are collaborating between each other super actively. The Open League has also become a very important instrument of trust and proof of traction. So any team now, when talking to investors, exchanges, partners, or clients, they can just open the leaderboard. It's all transparent. It's all publicly available on their website. And they can just use these numbers as a proof of traction, as a proof of their importance in the ecosystem compared to other projects, for example. We also pushed an accelerated Jeton distribution. I know that many teams didn't perceive it well and probably hated this initiative, but we believe it is very, very important to once again transfer the ownership and understand that the team cannot hold the majority of supply and you need to give away to the community. So we started with very simple farming. So you can see the example of StoneFi and several Jetons like Punk Jeton, Wall, implementing additional farming campaigns. But then we actually proceeded with really creative ideas coming from teams like Quest. So here you can see how the teams of Bolt, Scale, and Web3 used JVolt Quest platform to launch a joint Quest and give away real token, not just points, right? This is real money. So they used to distribute their real token to the users who performed important tasks for those particular projects. So we used it as kind of an eligibility criterion, but then the teams showed real creativity in terms of how exactly they want to distribute the token. And here you can see the example of meme to earn. So you needed to create a meme and earn also a real token, not just points. And the very last point, and this is my favorite point, and it is that the Open League airdrops actually served as an entry point for many new users in the ecosystem. Like, I swear, we're just watching a couple of YouTube videos where people were just explicitly saying that they heard their friends farming the Open League airdrops, where we also used to give hints in the social media, like what exactly people needed to do. And many folks, they just came to the ecosystem to try and then just stayed, because we also proceeded with like rewards for liquidity providers and more airdrops. So this is a good entry point, and I think this is also a very important achievement. So what is next? Well, the main thing is that we're going to continue to improve the Open League. We know that we need to improve communication. We need to embrace the feedback of the community more, and we are very happy to continue doing it. We will proceed with more seasons, with more user airdrops, of course, because we discovered this tool to incentivize people to try TON apps, right? It's not just about farming artificial rewards. It's about exploring new opportunities in the ecosystem and then ultimately staying in the ecosystem in the long term. Probably in the upcoming seasons of the Open League, we want to focus on onboarding the Open League users into DeFi, and you heard a lot about it yesterday, right? So we need to start educating people on how to provide liquidity, on how to transact, apart from just playing very simple games. Yeah, so I think the experiment is the word that I kind of named like hundreds of times during my speech, but this is really an experiment that we are very excited to do together with you. And now, I just want to thank you very much for your attention. I know it's been a hard day for you probably. Please scan this QR code. If you don't do it, I'm going to be like personally offended. This is the most important QR code you need as a builder, as a founder in the ecosystem. You'll find all the needed links, all the relevant materials, all the needed application forms. And I wish you good luck. And so great thanks for you for being with us and for building with us. We're going to achieve great heights together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alena, for the very much detailed presentation. All right, so the TONX support ecosystem just keeps growing, and now we are heading into the final stretch with a panel discussion featuring the Open League DeFi project, a huge focus for TON now. Let's welcome the Open League participants to the stage.
Where is it?
Hello, everyone. So it's a pleasure to have another one panel on the second day. The first day panel was about the DeFi. This panel also about the DeFi. And I would love to present you the best brains who build exciting products, and they are right now very promising and on the stage of, I think it's the first or second stage, before getting a lot of liquidity, before you're getting a lot of users, before they are earning a lot of money and flying jets. And I should call them, hey, I'm sorry, could you please came to our conference? And we would love to talk today about the DeFi, how we're going to build it. And today, the panel with the winners of the Curve competition, with the winners of the Open League, and the factorial lending protocol. So I would love to give you a word. Say shortly who you are, what you're doing in your protocol, and what's your protocol about. We can start with you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alan, founder of Torch Finance. Torch Finance is a leading stable swap on TON blockchain, striving for providing users seamless trading experience with like LSD, USD, and yield-bearing tokens. Thank you.
Hi folks, Justin H here. I was previously with the TON Foundation, but I'm starting as a co-founder of Factorial. And it's really good to see a lot of familiar faces and new ones, which is a testament to this ecosystem growth. So Factorial is going to be advanced lending on TON. It's going to feature isolated pools and individual vaults, which are customizable, that allows for B2B adoption of institutions coming in. And we're partnering with a lot of institutional players who have done this playbook over in the Ethereum side of things, and partnering with these guys to come over to TON. But on the front end of it, we're going to abstract away the user experience so that it's simple USD savings, which is the ultimate goal for Factorial, is to become the gateway to yield on TON. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, mic test. I'm Dmitro. Hi, everyone. I'm the founder of Crouton Finance. We recently won a Curve competition from Curve Finance and TON Foundation, and we built decentralized exchange, stable swap, and CDP-backed stablecoin. And we follow two main missions: is to unlock liquidity for TON holders and provide a way how retail can earn some APR in TON blockchain. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lev. I'm a head of growth at Trador, and I guess most of you know Trador, but for those of you who don't yet, this is the fastest and cheapest derivatives trading platform on TON. And we have a few features that really make us stand out, which is, first of all, the price lock, guarantee that, well, ensures the zero price slippage, which is so important to traders, and as well as the lowest trading fees and the fastest confirmation times. And I would say the AI enhanced liquidity shield that, well, isolates the toxic flows from the positive trading flows and, well, really boosts that order confirmation success rate and, well, ensures the fair pricing. That's us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Milad, the CEO and co-founder of Hippo. Hippo is a liquid staking protocol on TON. When you stake your TON on Hippo, you receive Edge TON that you can participate in DeFi activities while receiving staking rewards. And in the DeFi competition, we ranked first in the DeFi.
Thank you, thank you. So guys, I actually been in your shoes as a team around the DeFi and several chains. And from my perspective, from my point of view, in the very beginning, that was very hard. That was so hard. And I would love to ask you the question to share with our community. How do you think, what the main crucial point or the main critical thing help you to win? And I would love to start from those side. So Milad, give you the word, you can start.
So one of the main important things that our community-focused approach. From day one, we recognize that we should build this with our community. We listen to our community feedback and build a two-way relationship with them. And now it's really diamond in our journey. And also our approach for continuous innovation. We didn't just stop by launching a basic staking protocol. We started with version 1, then improved by releasing the version 2 of our protocol, and then introducing many other features, for example, our mini app, tap train game, Hippo Gang. So we should find our way, and we just continues developing many products.
How do you think the Hippo Gang? So, guys, Milad, actually, with the Hippo protocol, they attracted $5 or $6 million during the Open League. Five. Yeah. So during the one season, like in 1 month, Liquid Staking protocol attracted $5 million. They are the winners in the TVL battle there. And you say to me that the Hippo Gang was the crucial thing for you. Am I right?
Exactly.
Give a few words. What is the Hippo Gang?
Hippo Gang is a tap train game that players come here to playing tapping games, and we integrated staking directly in the Hippo Gang. Players can stake their TON and earn rewards that we are going to distribute our HPO, the governance token, to our stakers. And that worked for us really well.
Okay. So thank you so much. Let's continue with Lev from Tradur. So you guys also the winner of the Open League. And we had the TVL battle, actually like a TVL squad, and this the volume squad. And the guys from Tradur attracted more than 50 millions during the first season. So what you did? What's the crucial thing?
Well, I think when I'm thinking about this, I could divide it into 3 parts. It's first of all, it's like community and team efforts and product. I feel like from the community side, it's we listen to the guidance of the community, of TON community, and well, I just want to say thank you because it made our smart contracts top notch and the best use for the users. And when I think about the team side, team efforts, we went really hard on promoting Open League through our community and our social media channels, outside campaigns, as well as hosting AMAs and doing everything so that everybody knows how to participate and why they should participate.
Did you give any additional incentives for your community?
We actually did. We started our own airdrop. It was like a mini airdrop, but yes, we did. And I think it actually reeled some people in as well. And yeah, that was a big part. When if I'm talking about the product, it's it's just a great product. Everything I mentioned before about the zero price slippage and everything cheapest transaction, cheapest trading fees and fastest order confirmation. Everything makes people just comfortable to trade. That's a big part of what made us win.
Thank you. So yeah, that's the thing of this panel discussion. I would love to listen the insights from you guys, so you can share it to our builders, to our community, and they can be inspired. They can be you if they want to build a protocol. Let's continue with Dmitro. There's one of the participants of our competition with Curve, and they're one of the winners. As I understand and as I know, they built during the months, the stable swap on the mainnet with already a liquidity of how much? How much there?
Like it's already 100K liquidity in the in the mainnet.
So, what's the crucial thing? Like, what's the critical point which helped you to win?
Yeah, like the main point is the very strong team, and I appreciate the chance that I have chance in my life to gather the best engineers I know in my life in one place, in one time, to focus their lives. I mean lives, not the time, because we work in like days and nights, and it was very hard to deliver mainnet stable swap DEX with good test coverage, like in 1.5 months. That's the first point, so thanks to my team. And the second point is the great user acquisition model in Telegram. Like on the first day of the competition, we just developed a mini app where user can farm points. So we started like increasing our brand awareness. We find first users. They also started to asking us the questions. We gathered the feedback, and in 1 month, in 1.5 months, we released the first version, and they even become the liquidity providers. So Telegram users can do DeFi also.
How you attracted the traffic? Because still right now, I can see in your mini app, there's like 1 million users for last month. So, and your community also, how much in your community?
Our community now is 200K people, and how we attracted it, it's like I have a co-founder, and he's magician in the marketing. So he knows like every tap to earn game on the market, and so we managed to do some partnerships, and I think that's the very good way to attract community in the Telegram right now.
Thank you, thank you. So, as for you, my friend, we have a different question. So, I know you've been in the foundation, now you're building the lending protocol for institutions. And I know you have a soft commitments. I would love to ask you the question, like, what kind of soft commitments do you have? That's the first one. How you got it? And the final one, how much time you spend and what effort you bring to get all of these soft commitments?
Yeah, so Factorial is still going through its strategic round raise. And as part of our commitments to coming onto that round, we've been asking VCs and other investors to commit liquidity provisioning. And up to this point, we have low 8 figures, so just around 10 million mark in initial liquidity that's going to get bootstrapped. And I think it boils down to 2 things for us. The first one was definitely around security. So TON ecosystem is developing ever more, and there are security providers who have done multiple audits in Fund C. And so it's a testament to the fact that when we're going with an ex-auditor to understand the attack vectors for a protocol that's so important, such as lending, which is going to house a lot of TVL, it gives them reassurance that we're getting multiple audits and we're getting the right assurances from people who are seeing Fund C the most. But secondly, it's about telling the right story of, look, a lot of these are TON holders and TON investors. They see the yield that they're getting from a TON staking perspective. So we have to provide a visualization for this smart money to say, the points that you can get from being the initial liquidity provider in our project on top of the yield that can come from leverage yield farming or other types of ways to bring yield from our project. You have to paint the right picture that this goes so much more above and beyond the staking rewards that they're used to getting. So that's why we want to partner with the protocols inside TON ecosystem, such as the DEXs and the stable swaps that are coming, as well as liquid staking projects, so that the capital that's coming in would be going through these different projects and becoming more capital efficient, which is what TON is missing.
Yeah, but where you actually get this capital? Who are these people?
I think it's quite public which VCs have invested and have shown commitment to TON. And so, I think it's...
How you can, okay, I do another question. What you can advise for the protocols who want to attract liquidity, if you already have the soft commitments, what you can advise what they should do? They should speak with the VCs around the TON? Or what's the strategy?
Yeah, I think, if this is sort of like a battle cry for other projects to also bootstrap, liquidity is the steps that we took were identifying which VCs have a lot of skin in the game from a TON holding perspective. Second, giving them assurance that security is top priority for us. But third, showing them that the yield projections that they can get from yield farming our project, it goes so much more above and beyond what's available from a staking perspective of TON.
Okay, thank you so much. So, and Alan, I know you bet so much on the torch.
Thank you.
I know you've been a participant of our hackathon, one of the winners from the summer hackathon. I know you are one of the participants of the Curve and TON Foundation competition, and I know you won this competition. And from your side and from your point of view, you already have liquidity. The question, how much? How much liquidity do you have in Torch right now?
About 250K, I think.
Okay. So how do you think, what's the crucial thing bring you to be a winner of the first one and the second one? Imagine there's the people who would love to be on your place. What you can advise to them?
Got it. Okay. I'll show it in several points. For the first point, we have engaged in the Open League hackathon in the summer, and at that time, we're showcasing our power of developing. We have 2 years of experience on Fancy compiler, so we have won several bug bounty after the Open League hackathon. So yeah, and after winning that, the major question is how can I build a community? Because at that time we have almost 0 community members in Torch. So we start to launch the Torlympics mini app, which aims to partnership with several partners on TON ecosystem. 90% of project live on mainnet is our partner now. And there will be even more in the future. And for the Curve competition, we strive for optimizing the gas. For example, the cross-pool operation, we have optimized for 30% of gas of it, and we're going to support cross-DAX operation or even cross-chain swap in the future. So I think this is a key point for technical background for us. And the second one is, I would like to mention again, is the partnership. It is important to partnership in the TON ecosystem because I think the most elegant things in DeFi is composability. So we try to partnership with different protocols, maybe we are integrating EVA with our leverage yield farming or Factorial in the future, and Stormtrade and Omnistamp and DDoS, we can cooperate with all of them in the future. Yeah, that is the point.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, dear community, there is the insights from our new builders that just create their own paths. They're writing the history in the different directions, in the different niches, with amazing protocols. And I would love to give you a final question from Daos side, and you have literally 30 seconds for this question. So what's challenging part you had and you have right now? What challenges you face right now? You can mention 1 or 2 in 30 seconds.
The main challenge currently we faced with, we need to integrate with major ecosystems. Recent announcements that Telegram Tone Space open up to listing staking protocols is a huge step, I assume. We need more of this to any project that can show a good result, collaborate with others. Because from the outside the ecosystem, we should show that we are too open to collaborate. We are open to any project can come here and winning and grab the market. So I think we need to be more opening and more welcoming for collaboration and from monopoly, avoid from monopolies.
Thank you for this. Because yeah, guys, only 30 seconds for each. We just most run out of time. So, Liv.
Challenges. I think we are too serious. Our team, we have this inside joke that we are too serious. We need to be more fun. And we want to go for Meme-landia trading competitions and everything. It's just more about fun and cooperation in Web3. And as well as I believe we focused too much on product before for the last 6 months. So now we're going to get more into growth. And I just want to call out to everyone that we are open to collaborations and partnerships. And I'm going to be there in the next few hours going around. Please come, approach. We will grow together. And I think that's the big part of this conference. That's what it's about.
Thank you. Dima?
Yeah, and from my side, like from the Crouton Finance, the big challenge for us now is to find more projects who can utilize stable swap DEX right now. But after the competition, we have announcement that some big stablecoin is coming, and as you hear yesterday, even Dirham is coming to the TON. And I believe that we can be an illustrative case, because 2 months ago we had nothing, we came from nowhere. And now we have a Curve Finance advisor, we have liquidity, we have incentives. So I just want to send the message for new projects that you can come to TON, build here, and it will be nice. And don't forget to tell me, and you can use our infrastructure also, and thanks to the TON Foundation for that. So
thank you. Justin?
Yeah. Look, I think institutional adoption, which paves the way for deep liquidity in our ecosystem, is missing. And in order to usher that in, we need better composability and money Lego blocks in TON. That only comes when projects talk to each other. They provide SDKs and ways for these institutional DeFi funds to come plug and play. And we're ushering that in ourselves, but we can't do it alone. We have to talk to projects like Torch, Crouton, the DEXs, the liquid staging companies. So we're going to do this together. And, Vlad, you're here leading us into this new era of DeFi for on TON.
Thank you. So, Alan.
Okay. So integration is not our major problem. Our major problem is finding the true users for DeFi. Because I think last week, I engaged in the TON Foundation MA, and there are several questions that the host asked me. And I found that over 90% of users that they haven't used DeFi before. So I think the major problem is user education. We need to find the real users and tell users how to participate in the DeFi ecosystem and what is the value and purpose of the DeFi. That is a major problem of us and TON blockchain. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. So that was the panel discussion about the DeFi. And now with us sitting the future richest founders. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Perfect. Appreciate to all of our panelists. It's inspiring to see all of us and all of you compete. And next, we have something truly exciting, the TON Accelerator. Here is to share the vision and goals are Sofia Rusconi, Head of Acceleration, and Sami Al-Abed, Head of DeFi. Please join me welcoming them. Thank you.
Hey guys. All right, so what are we going to be talking about today? We'll be talking about the application thesis that we've collectively combined together with our team. So what are the most obvious things that I think you guys heard many times today? There's been a massive success in the onboarding. There's over 240 million active accounts at Hamster and 53 million users on Dogs, right? But we need to really double click on that and see what are the peculiarities of that specific airdrop. So let's talk about the actual practical implications of the Dogs airdrop. So there's 915,000 wallet recipients that were successfully claiming the airdrop. Out of those, 38% were actually active blockchain users, while 62 actually never interacted with the chain before. Those 316,000 active wallet users, only 5% of them actually traded on the DEX before, which is quite preposterous. That really showcases the massive opportunity there is for DeFi proliferation on TON. So this singular event has created 567,000 new users on TON. But the main question that we have is, what do they do next? Where do they go? So blockchains and really a lot of fintech just generally has a chicken and egg problem. Like, what does come first? Is it the applications or is it the users? Do the applications provide the incentives for users to come along, or are the users available on chain the incentive for those products? So really we see this reverse problem on TON, where traditional blockchains have a lot of apps, a lot of upfront capital invested into development, but there's really not that many users. And the reason for that is onboarding is opaque and super expensive and really difficult. I would say traditional blockchains that we've seen around don't necessarily have the answers to real user onboarding. While with the open network, with TON, there's a lot of users, but honestly, there's not that many applications. And the reason for a lot of users is the predictability and the effective onboarding in Telegram, but we really need to work on the amount of applications that we see on chain. So we've seen this meteoric rise, but there are caveats, right? The achievements are super clear. There's massive success in user onboarding. We've seen it time and time again. But there's clear caveats. One of which is asymmetry in information. Product builders and users really don't have the same information available to them. And one of the reasons for that is because these systems are closed-sourced, opaque, and not really on-chain. There's an incentive misalignment, again, for that same reason. These structures are not open source, they're not on-chain, and they're black boxes. And thirdly, the disproportional amount of time invested into participating in these ecosystems and actually value received. Again, because of the opaqueness and intransparency of these systems. So what do we think is going to happen next, and which is like generally our main thesis? So we have 3 points that we would like to double click on. The first is the one-stop shop yield. Something that's transparent, that's easy to use, where the blockchain is abstracted, something like a Web2 experience that nascents this transparency in a simple to use front end. And tension monetization is sort of obvious. Telegram is a massive traffic machine, and that value needs to go somewhere. That infrastructure needs to exist to really capture that value. So you really see creator economies coming into fruition and repeatable and modular infrastructure that could be used by them to continuously drive value to both the creator and the users in an incentive-aligned flow. And lastly, the gig economy, part-time work, off the record, new really like attention and the data that users hold needs to be monetized somehow. It's a massive resource. So this sort of concept of part-time work and proportional amount of time invested and proportional amount of time value received in a very transparent flow is something that we really want to see. So now we want to talk a little bit about our actual cohort, what we are about and what we've been building. So our first cohort we've done in a partnership with TON Ventures, where we focus on 5 projects out of the 1,000 applications that we received. And we are building a lot of the actual incubation flows with these guys, and TON Ventures is providing a lot of the capital for these guys to have the runway needed for safe flight. So what are those projects? We'll talk first about Grably, which is a super interesting crowdsourcing infrastructure for data that feeds into LLM models. There's a lot of issues with being able to on-source information into LLMs. It's primarily now a battle on the actual data algorithms and the data ingestion level and not net new data. So Grably really answers that question in creating an ability for net new data to come into these LLMs and monetize the data and give it back to the user. So Titan is a DeFi super app that we see that will sort of create this front end for trader onboarding and act as Jupiter acted in Solana and create this massive front end that just educates everyone and gives the ability to both trade and really proliferate in DeFi and see what the ecosystem is about. Then we have TON Cash, which is a lifestyle application which allows user to continue with their general experiences in shopping off-chain, but really receive that value on-chain and use that value in the flourishing DeFi ecosystem that we are building. And then Memetics. Memetics creates allows Telegram users and channels to onboard a bot in one single click and monetize their community super easily. and then give a portion of that monetization back transparently and vividly. And Cabal Town, which is effectively picked off where Frentech left off. Instead of redefining the concept of a messaging application, the Cabal Town focuses on game theory and social trading and leaves the actual virality in conversations to Telegram. So now I'll be inviting Sophia on stage to chat through what we're doing next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia, and today I'm ready to announce our second cohort. So our second cohort, we focus on the cross-chain apps, building towards, together with TON Ventures and Mantle. Towards this cohort, we allocate 5 million funding to build the cross-chain app in the ecosystem. So basically, we want to connect 1 billion Telegram users with 90 billion EVM liquidity, which been previously impossible. So who we are looking for? So we are looking for pre-seed, seed, and early stage founders, decent teams which have founding background with, of course, focusing on the cross-chain liquidity. Who we are looking, so let me give you the overview. Overview. So we have 3 months incubation period where we onboard 5 teams towards the program, which is focusing on EVM and TON user acquisition. Each project will secure from 250 to 500K investment from Mantle and TON Ventures. So we provide technical, marketing, go-to-market support for the founders in the ecosystem. So application period starts now. You could scan the QR code and find more information about the program itself. So during the 3 months, we have multiple activities such as the demo days, some founders, events, and offsites. So you can find more information through scanning the QR code, and feel free to join and apply. And one more thing that I want to cover. So we ready to announce our TON Accelerator portal, which we create to support builders and founders in the ecosystem. You could create your profile, find your team members or co-founders that are ready to contribute in your project. Find the team that you plan to contribute and go for it. And now I want to pass mic. So also, yeah, we have a demo day section, by the way. You could participate in the demo days to increase your project visibility in front of the network of partners and investors. And now, I want to pass the mic to David from Mantle. David, he's a managing partner in Mirana and Mantle Eco Fund. So yeah, please meet David.
Thank you, Sophia. Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. It's such a great privilege to be meeting everyone on this amazing event. So without a doubt, I am here representing both Mantle and Mirana Ventures that I'm happy to share such an exciting development for us after many, many months of hard work. Without a doubt, Synergy is going to be the perfect opportunity for builders and users on Telegram to be able to access the deep liquidity that we have on the EVM ecosystem through Mantle. This is only possible because of the unique friendship that we have with each other between Mantle and TON. And I just want to point it out to anyone who's interested at this point of time to reach out over here to apply for cohort 2. Thank you very much for having me today.
All right, thank you, Sophia and Sami. TON Accelerator is definitely paving the way for the innovation. And now we're thrilled to have HashKey, Ben Elbaz, Managing Director at HashKey Global, joining us for a keynote. Let's give a big welcome to our speaker from HashKey as they share the vision with us.
Okay. Hey, guys. Excellent. This is a pretty awesome venue. Hopefully, you guys. This is day 2, close to 5 p.m. So hopefully, this is some interesting content for the end here. What I'll be talking about, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of HashKey or HashKey Global. We've been a bit low key, but one of the things that we've been trying to do is over the last 6 years, I was part of the founding team. Over the past 6 years, what HashKey has been trying to do is create a global regulated licensed group of exchanges, OTC brokerages, asset management, venture capital. And this speech is going to be focused a little bit more on exchanges, what we've been doing with the centralized exchanges, and also something that we think a lot about. I think one of the things that we think a lot about as a company is in the next era of the bull market, potentially up to 2025, and then the next bull market afterwards, what we think a lot about is how do all of us in this industry, either you're a retail trader or institutional trader, how do we become smarter traders? And one of the things that we've been trying to do is in putting a centralized exchange that's been growing, we offer spot, we offer derivatives. One of the things we've been doing is getting licenses in all these different jurisdictions, in Japan, in Singapore, in Hong Kong, and also recently in Bermuda, specifically so that we can create a trading platform that can help traders be smarter with where their assets are stored. I'll talk a little bit more about that. One of the things that we're trying to do over the next 5 years is kind of methodically go and get licenses and be regulated in various different countries all over the world. So we're already licensed in Hong Kong. We have submitted a license here in Dubai under VARA. We are also working on licensing in Europe, and we have a current license in Bermuda. The Bermuda license is actually quite interesting because we were the second company after Coinbase to get licensed to trade perpetual futures out of a licensed trading platform. I'm not sure how many of you in here have traded perpetual futures, but one of the things you'll notice is actually out of all the platforms in the world leaders in perpetual trading, perpetual futures trading, the majority of that trading is actually happening on platforms that actually aren't licensed to provide that trading. Where HashKey Global, when we provide perpetual futures trading, actually there's a lot bigger differences around asset security and how we protect your assets and how we don't commingle client assets with company assets, how things are insured. And I'll go through some of that kind of a little bit step by step here. This is kind of, obviously this is what exchange apps look like. But some of the things that have been really exciting to us in 2024, which you don't really hear too much about, is HashKey Global is actually the fastest growing regulated exchange globally this year. We've already been climbing the ranks of CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap. You can see that. I'll skip around a little bit here. If you skip down here, skip down here a little bit. I mean, one of the things that we've been focused on, obviously, as a trading platform is, as a regulated licensed trading platform, as a user coming to sign up, you don't want to have to spend a lot of time to, go through KYC and all these different things. So one of the things that we've done is, in addition to having these licenses, providing these protections for users, making sure that the whole process to actually onboard is very streamlined. Just go back. So in terms of volume, I mean, a lot of people come to us and say, okay, it's a regulated licensed trading platform. It seems like compliant exchanges don't make money. I can't trade what I want there. Nobody's actually using these things. But actually, that's incorrect. This year, with the performance that we've seen, there's actually been a huge amount. We've been very surprised and happy with the amount of spot trading in this first year of growth. I mean, we just launched the spot trading under HashKey Global in April of this year. Futures trading was actually launched in May or so. And we've already seen a lot of explosive growth. One of the things traditionally for some compliant and regulated exchanges, it's hard for them to list a number of different assets, list a number of different futures. We've already been listing up to 60 different assets. We're going to continue to list more and more perpetual spot futures, perpetual futures and spot. One of the things, just on this slide for a moment, like if you think about it, like 70 to 80% of the world's perpetual futures trading is still happening on exchanges where, as a user, you don't have the same protections that you would have in trading on a platform like Hashkey Global. So specifically, I'll give you a very specific example. If you as a user wanted to come in and trade BTC to USDT perpetual futures, and you put, let's say $1 million in USDT in deposit in our exchange versus putting that in another exchange that's not licensed, not regulated under the same protections, the less protections that you have in your assets are things like, if you're on the majority of the world's exchanges outside of Coinbase, outside of Kraken, your assets, once they're in that platform, they're not necessarily going to be separated from the assets of the exchange. I mean, that's everything that you saw around FTX. One of the key reasons of huge loss there was just a lack of protection of customer assets. Whereas if you're already trading, if you have put your money and assets on a platform like Hashkey Global, licensed, regulated company that allows you to trade perpetual futures, your assets are actually separated from our company's assets. We're not using them. We're not lending them out to third parties. We have insurance on those assets. We only keep a very minimum amount of all of our assets in our hot wallet to minimize risk. So there's a lot of less risk that you get on trading on a platform like Hashkey Global. Just going back here for a second. One of the coolest things that you've done, I think a really important point to make here is one of the things we think a lot about is if you want to deliver a compliant, regulated, safe trading platform for users, in the past, historically, it's been very difficult to trade a lot of the products and services that you want, that you get on like a Binance, an OKX, a Bybit, et cetera, on the regulated licensed trading platforms. So Hashkey Global has been doing a lot to trade things like perpetual futures, to offer campaigns like launch pools where users can get the types of products and services that they're used to getting and trading, but yet have the security and safety of knowing that, okay, my assets are actually on a platform where they have a license. The regulator is going to be looking and monitoring to make sure that those assets are protected. And to us, in a post-FTX world, we think that's super important. Even like over the last year or so, with how much growth all of us have seen in meme coin trading and a lot of cool things that are all over the ecosystem, there's a huge amount of market risk and volatility in all the assets that we're trading. And traders should get the opportunity to expose themselves to market risk, right? If you want to speculate, if you want to take a bet, you should be able to take a bet on the products that you want. But why should you still be exposing yourself to the risk of your trading platform? And I think one of the things we also think a lot about is, I'm not sure how many of you go out and trade on DeFi that much, but a lot of the really smart DeFi traders, before they put their assets in a smart contract, they'll run through 20, 30 different checks on a smart contract just to ensure that it's safe before you go in there and deposit your assets and trade. And that's what a smart trader does. But the question is for people trading on centralized exchanges, why don't we have that same level of sophistication to assess the risk of the centralized exchanges that we're using? I feel like there's a lot of smart DeFi traders out there, but we can get a lot smarter on the centralized exchange traders. And this is just a little bit more specifics of when we say asset safety. This is just breaking it down. It's a little bit detailed, but you have a lot of work that's gone into the custody system. You have a lot of work that's going into making sure that any assets that are online in the hot wallet are minimized as best as possible to prevent to reduce hacking risk. And then also you have insurance. You have to buy insurance on these assets. So in the case where there is unfortunately some type of event, you can cover those for customers. And that's what it means to be safe. Good picture. No, just joking. And just a few other things in the TON ecosystem. I mean, we've Hashkey as a company, we've been big supporters of everything that TON has been doing. Earlier this year, this was a very successful airdrop that we did together with Catizen. If you had known about Hashkey Global back then, this was an opportunity you could have gotten. You could have gotten in. There's a pretty big airdrop around it. So I think hopefully through all of you guys in this room, one big takeaway that you get from this presentation is look at Hashkey global.hashkey.com. Get involved, kind of see what's going on. There's a number of different campaigns that we're running, incentives or around market making. There's a lot of different products and services that we're offering, and feel what it's like to trade on a on a regulated, compliant exchange that's actually protecting you. and think a little bit about how you can become a better, smarter trader. So with that, I'll end here. Yeah, thanks. It was a pleasure to share a little bit about what we're doing here. And yeah, feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. All right, it's always exciting to see new ways to support the TON ecosystem. Now, get ready for an update from the Hackers League, where the creativity meets the code. Please join me in welcoming Akin Tuna, the co-founder of TON Society, to the stage.
Awesome. Hello, hello. Wonderful to see so many of you still here today. It's the last presentation, and I can imagine it's been a long day. Is there, how many builders are there in the audience? Just as a curiosity, how many developers and builders? Okay, I see some hands. Thank you, rest of you can go. That's, so what I'll be talking about is Hackers League. It's our biannual hackathon. And a little bit more than that, talking about how TON Society onboards developers from all over the world and from other ecosystem and platforms to TON and to Telegram to build mini apps. Our builder journey looks like this. So we have the social media channels that we operate. We have hubs that are physical local communities. We have programs like the Hackers League that is a seasonal for a few months at a time. And then we have an ongoing program for builders called TON Nest. Our goal in this kind of a pipeline is to make sure that the businesses that are building on Telegram, the ecosystem builders are strong enough to be introduced to the next stage, which are all our partners like TON Accelerator, TON Foundation, TON Ventures, several VCs, and other partners. So we kind of offer one-to-many approach in onboarding users, onboarding builders, and then from there, the best ones will arise through different kind of competitions, and those ones we will introduce and onboard to different partners. Our community channels are growing. They've been growing actually very aggressively now in the past 12 months. I don't know exactly the number. I feel I should know it, but I don't. So I'd say 4 times at least from where we were literally 1 year ago. And there's a couple of drivers. Obviously, the TON ecosystem's massive uptrend and market realizing the real potential. That's one. The other thing on the numbers is that we established separate socials for TON Society, and we've been growing those aggressively as well. We use these channels globally and locally in different language areas to attract builders so that there's a presence and an easy introduction and way for everybody who develops to get on board. And there's a lot of questions about how do you be, as a project, like a founder, how do you become featured in our channels? Because this question, I think, is the #1 question that anybody ever asked me, is like, how do I get into like TON community channel, TON Society channel? Short answer is that we run different leaderboards and competitions. In order to really be able to be featured and get to our audience, you have to stand out. So you have to be one of the winners, for example, of a local bootcamp or a hackathon, or you have to be in TON Nest and make some very great results. Some cases are exceptional, but generally speaking, this is how it works. So we want to maintain kind of a transparent and decentralized way and merit-based way of giving access to projects to these channels. Can you guys see the, oh yeah, you can see the map. We also have local hubs. Local hubs basically are geographical HubSpots, which have their own language and their own communities. How we've been kind of going about building these hubs is that we have the CIS area, which is majority Russian language speaking. This is, of course, because of the background of Telegram, is super kind of tightly integrated to, let's say, Telegram ecosystem as a social media. So this is kind of the, let's say, first area. We have several hubs in the CIS region. In addition to that, we have the European region, where we have more kind of, well, European builders. Then we see a lot of traction in the last 12 months coming from Asian, the Asian continent, let's say. So the usual builder hubs, which are very familiar with mini app ecosystems and super apps. So we see a very large fluctuation or coming of the WeChat developers into the TON ecosystem. So we've been establishing these hubs with the idea that we build local community. The local community identifies the best builders through different kind of ideathons and hackathons and events we run. Those builders that are really good in the local communities, they're introduced to local partners, which are then, you know, usually sponsoring our events or being a partner in our events. Next year, just as a little bit of a teaser, nothing is certain yet, but we want to be looking to the South and North American continents to establish the first spearheaded locations there. So that's something that we're going to be focusing on for 2025. So now to the main point, Hackers League. There's been previously hackathons in the TON ecosystem, but Hackers League is a kind of a rebranded new type of a hackathon that we're organizing. So we ran this first version of it in the summer. It was from March to July, so approximately, about 3 to 4 months. And we had some very, very nice results. And we had some very good learnings, which we incorporated, and I'm going to be talking about in a second. But so for the first hackathon, we had more than 1,000 new projects deployed, which is a huge result for us. This doesn't mean like, you know, random application, but an actual mini app deployed and developed. We've seen several million community members onboarded to these apps now from the previous hackathon. So overall, the impact for the ecosystem has been great. And also the builders have been getting a lot of value from being able to participate in the program. Particularly the winners, they have very, very good results at the moment. We also ran 13 boot camps. We had 2,500 participants in our live events, and we had a prize pool of 2 million. We are now doing the second iteration of Hackers League this year. So it's called Hackers League, the Winter Edition. Overall, the program is structured so that we promote the global hackathon, which is organized in an online platform. It's in the TON ecosystem portal. So it's eco.ton.org. You can apply to the hackathon there. So there's online application form. Everything we do is promoted to our audience of 20 million. But, you know, in reality, 20 million is just our audience. We have also partners and top-tier medias that we promote the hackathon to. And basically, the real reach is 10 times of this. The reach for everybody who hears about the Hackers League is probably 200 million plus already. We also have very, very high-level global partners. We will show you in a bit. And then we conduct online workshops, many of them done actually with the partners who are top builders in the ecosystem or the tier 1 players in the entire crypto industry. To complement this kind of very global framework, we also ran 19 boot camps. Actually, we're now in the middle of running these boot camps. So we have done 12 boot camps already, and we still have 7 to go. These local boot camps are promoted to audience in our channels of 2.5 million, but then this number is 10x when you count all the partners. Local partners are also sponsoring and providing things like venue and other kinds of support for the hackathon. It's 3 days for each of the boot camps, usually starting from Friday, ending on Sunday, and ending on an after party. And in this after party is the announcement of the 3 winners of each boot camp. During these boot camps, it's 3 days of hard coding. You see actually people bringing tents. So they bring tents and they stay in the venue overnight with their teams and code because they want to win. There's a prize and they want to be the number 1, yeah? All of this, so the applications on the global hackathon and the local boot camp, they're all put into a judging pipeline. So 5th of December, we are going to be announcing the semi-finalists. 16th to 17th of December, we're going to be doing the live pitching, where all the winners and semi-finalists can basically pitch live. And then 20th of December, the winners will be announced. These are the tracks. So we have DeFi, sponsored by Curve. So of course, everybody knows Curve, top tier builder. So if you are a DeFi builder and you want to be mentored by the best, this is your track. Literally, you cannot get better support than this anywhere. Then we have the social and Web3 utility. So social, think about horizontal interaction between people, some social kind of glue. It can be profile or social networking app, events app, for example. In utility, we had a great example of a utility app. We had in Singapore, Token 2049, the announcement of Tada's integration to a mini app. So this is the ride-hailing service, which is real utility that people can use on their day-to-day lives. Then we have the GameFi and onboarding track. So, GameFi has been so far through all the various very successful and exciting Tapper games and others, has been able to onboard hundreds of millions of users from the 1 billion Telegram users into TON users that use the Web3 components. Now, this is sponsored by Adsgram, which is one of the leading ads agency in the and marketplace, actually, in the TON ecosystem. We have on-chain data analytics. So, my background actually is on on-chain data. So if you're an on-chain data sleuth, it's sponsored by Arkham. I think it's enough said. It's one of the top on-chain analytics firms in the industry at the moment. Interoperability is sponsored by GSR. So if you're basically, if you're building some sort of a modular or component that works with DeFi, bridging, and so on, if you're building infrastructure, GSR is a partner that works with so many layer ones, so many DeFi protocols. They're the ones that can really, help and guide you to kind of get to the place where you need to be to have your, first $1 billion of TVL. We have the TON apps track, and this is very interesting. So the TON apps track, the build on DeFi, the DDoS track, and the gaming and mini apps by Gate Ventures. These are tracks where you can basically participate in two at the same time. So the TON apps is an API. If you integrate the TON API, you can participate in the TON apps track and in any of the other tracks. DDoS for every DeFi builder. If you're linking your DeFi protocol to DDoS, you also automatically participate in the DDoS track. And then for the gaming and mini apps, Gate Ventures, a very strong supporter of the TON ecosystem, an investor is looking for the best gaming and mini apps overall to integrate and to look for their next winners. Little bit about the bootcamps. So as I said, 12 bootcamps we've already run. You see the names there, everything from London to Minsk to Berlin, Gurugram, and we still have 7 bootcamps to go, I believe. Actually 8, we have 20, sorry, I forgot Bangkok. So we decided last minute to organize also a bootcamp during DevConnect in Bangkok and a massive hacker house with a very good partner of ours, TONX. So we're still gonna have in the November 8th to 10th, you can still apply and you can still join Kiev, Ho Chi Minh, Yerevan, and Belgrade. And then November 15 to 17, we're going to have Manila, Hong Kong, Istanbul, and Bangkok. And that's the finalization of basically all the boot camps. And this is the numbers are here. So $3 million prize pool, 50% increase from last year. And a new exciting thing. So $2.1 million is committed by top VC partners. And they're going to be all the winners from boot camps and the hackathon tracks are going to be passed to them. And the pitch decks are going to be introduced directly to all the top tier VCs that are looking to invest in the next generation of winning TON ecosystem projects. 19 boot camps and the deadline, hand in your the application by 23rd of November. And then you're in the Hackers League. We want to give a special thanks to our sponsors because nothing would be possible without them. So we have, on the title level, we have TONKeeper, Gate Ventures, DDoS, Eon. On the diamond level, Arkham, GSR, Adsgram, Bybit, and Curve. On the capital partners providing the investment capital and who the companies will be pitching to are MEXC Ventures, Kinetic, TON Ventures, and Foresight Ventures. And judging will be done in combination between Pantera and TON Foundation, and actually some of the diamond and title and capital partners as well. One more thing, very special thank you from our side to TON Foundation. As maybe some of you guys know, we very recently separated as TON Society into an entity that covers the community and marketing for the ecosystem. And Nothing of this would be possible without the support of TON Foundation. So from our team, very big thank to all of the TON Foundation guys. One final word, I think I'm like a little bit over time already. So one just quick word. When you're done with the Hackers League application, you can go to the TON Nest. All the Hackers League applicants will be contacted to move to the TON Nest, which is our year-long builder program in 3 steps. First step, find your team, get your idea together. Second step, build your MVP and get the first 50,000 users. And third step, you get to the third step with 100,000 users, and then you finish this with 500,000 users. Which sounds like a lot, but in Telegram, it's actually it's easy. The audience is hungry for a real use case for Web3 apps. That's it. So guys, please join the Hackers League. If you're a builder, this is the best opportunity this year. And please join also the TON Nest program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jakin, for the wonderful presentation. Awesome. Hackers League is literally taking developers from everywhere at this moment. And speaking of the support, and up next is Jehan Chu, founder of Kinetic, who's here to tell us about their commitment to helping TON thrive. Let's welcome Jehan to the stage.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jehan Chu, and I'm the founder of Kinetic. Very excited to be here. Very excited to be able to help round out this incredible conference, TON Gateway. So I have a very simple talk, and I'm glad that it's coming at the end. The title of this talk is 5 Lessons for Success on TON, or How to Make TON Great, Learnings from a Seed Investor in Ethereum, Polkadot, and Solana. So first of all, who am I? I'm an investor. I started in crypto in 2013, and I started the Ethereum Hong Kong meetup back in 2014. So I've been in this space for a very long time. In fact, Vitalik used to sleep in my extra bedroom when he came to Hong Kong, and I've hosted him probably 15 times. So I've seen a lot of cycles. I've seen a lot of protocols. We as Kinetic have done a lot of different types of investments in this space. And I think over 350 companies we've invested in by now. So we really have seen the ups and the downs. We've seen the highs and the lows, all of the different cycles of boom and bust and fraud and success. And we've taken away a lot of learnings. And because TON is such a relatively new ecosystem, we wanted to share that with you. Now, I'll say that I love TON. Anybody who knows me knows that I talk about TON to everyone all the time. I've probably brought alone maybe 14 or 15 different VCs into the TON ecosystem, and we've probably brought maybe 7 or 8 of our own portfolio companies into the TON ecosystem to provide infrastructure, services, games, etc. And we'll continue to do that. But love also means being able to be honest with each other about what's happening in the ecosystem, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And if it's bad, we need to be able to say it, and we need to be able to figure out how to make it better. In fact, we did this 2 nights ago when we had a DeFi dinner, and we're fortunate to have all of the top DeFi platforms, infrastructure, liquidity providers, the TON Foundation, and startups to talk about very honestly what's happening in DeFi and how do we make it better, because it's so critical that we get this right. So that's the type of candor that we enjoy, and I hope to bring that today. So I'm going to start off with a joke. How do you get 50 million users onto TON? Answer, start with 950 million and then build a bunch of apps that they don't want. That's how you end up with 50 million. Now, of course, that's a very snarky way of saying we can't be entitled. Yes, we have 950 million users on Telegram, but that's not 950 million users on TON. And I kind of make the analogy of being born with a silver spoon in your mouth, being born rich. It's kind of a curse. It's a blessing, but it's also a curse. Because when you're born with too much money, you're not hungry. You kind of feel like you don't need to fight as hard. And I want to remind all of us here that we, as a community and as a platform, are still very much in startup mode. We need to be lean and we need to be hungry. And that's where we need to be in order to survive. Because every other platform, whether it's Solana or Ethereum, they started poor. And they made it to where they are by being scrappy, by being hungry, by being adaptable, by being open. And that's also what we're going to talk about today. So again, we're so blessed to have the riches of Telegram's ecosystem to seed the TON ecosystem, but we can't allow that to make us arrogant or entitled or lazy or sloppy. So let's start with lesson 1. And this is one of the things that I think is probably one of the most important lessons for today. Don't just build technology, build culture. With every ecosystem that's out there, all of the successful ones, their culture is very identifiable. Take Ethereum. Ethereum is very well known to have an open culture. They're collaborative. They're funny. They're irreverent. Vitalik will get on stage and sing and dance and make fun of himself. They're youthful. And that's part of why they're radically transparent. And that's part of why they've been able to survive and thrive for so long. It's not that it's the best technology stack. We know this. But what they have, and I believe what they are the best at in all of the ecosystems, is culture. A very clear, identifiable culture that certainly everybody in the foundation and also everybody in the community really still believes and lives. That's very important. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the culture of TON is yet. I think it's too early. I think we're still building it. But we as a community need to figure out what actually are the values that we as the TON community want to represent. How are those values built into our practices, our applications, our words, our governance, our investments, our reactions to when things go bad? Culture will survive when technology fails. And I think it's really important for all of us to really think about that. Lesson 2. You can't spell culture without cult. What does this mean? What I'm talking about is a cult of personality. The cult of personality is extremely important for cryptocurrency. Because if you look at the top 10 coins, and I'm talking utility coins here, Ethereum, Solana, I don't know if Cardano is still in the top 10, but that's definitely one. I can tell you, and everybody can tell you exactly who that cult of personality is around. It's Vitalik, it's Tolly, it's Charles Hoskinson, or it's Justin Sun for Tron. This may seem kind of minor, but it's actually really important to be a top 10 coin because people follow people, not just brands, not just ideas. People love to follow people, and especially in crypto, we are social animals in a social environment doing a social thing. It's ironic that, one of the favorite things that crypto people like to do is actually get together at conferences. So it's something to think about, how we kind of help to support a cult of personality around the top of the stack. Lesson 3. Transparency breeds trust. I cannot stress enough how transparency has allowed Ethereum to stay so powerful and so dominant and so stuck in the minds of not just people in crypto, but even people outside of crypto. Everybody in the world who's ever heard anything has heard of Ethereum just as much as they've heard of Bitcoin. And part of that is because of transparency. The Ethereum Foundation is extremely transparent. All of their decisions, all of the conversations that go into those decisions, all of the working sessions that go into the conversations that go into those decisions are transparent. You're invited to them. They're recorded. Governance, transparency of governance, transparency of action, whether it's where funds are spent, whether it's what direction the strategy should be, whether, whatever decision it is, from the top to the bottom, transparency is paramount to instill trust in the audience, to have them continue to follow the brand and the protocol. And I think TON is blessed with such a large environment, but I think we need to breed more transparency, to breed more trust, so everybody in the community can continue to support and grow. Now, in this small environment, it's easy to have trust, but as we scale to hundreds more millions and billions of people, we need to scale the transparency and have that be part of our culture. Lesson 4. I think this is probably one of the most frustrating but also exciting things about TON. We have such an opportunity to grow this ecosystem, but we must solve real problems. Don't solve crypto problems. Solve real problems. The reason why we need to solve real problems is because TON and the TON ecosystem alone, with its 950 million Telegram potential users, we are the only ones that actually have the ability to reach normal people, 950 million of them. Ethereum can't do that. Solana can't do that. No other platform has that. So we are blessed with the curse of having to provide real applications and solutions and build them on chain that people will pay money for. We can't just have crypto trading left hand to crypto right hand. We can't just have clicker games that are fun but can't sustain a growing community. We have to be able to identify problems that normal people will encounter and then deploy them. That's actually what's going to make TON and Telegram work. And then 5, keep going. Don't give up. I guarantee that every protocol in the top 10 has faced an existential crisis. Ethereum, when they had the DAO hack. Solana with its several chain stoppages. Bitcoin was actually stopped as well a couple times. And even Polkadot, which we also invested in, they got hacked for $162 million, which was the second largest hack at the time. But none of these things stop the community. You have to keep going. Even when things seem desperate, even when things seem despondent, even when things seem like there's no hope, you actually just have to keep going. And that's not just about founders. That's also about the rest of the community. That's how we see things as Kinetic. That's how we invest. And we're really, really proud to be a supportive part of this ecosystem. And I want to say that I'm incredibly blessed to be part of this community and standing up in front of you and being able to share some of the thoughts that we've observed over our over 1 decade of being in crypto. So good luck, keep building, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jehan. What a pleasure. All right, how's everyone holding up? We're almost at the finish line. Now, I'd like to invite the last speaker of the gateway, Konstantin. He is building something called BMO. Let us invite. Thank you.
Hey, man. Thanks. Hey, everyone, and thank you for having me here and for having this event. I hope every of you was satisfied what you faced yesterday and today and during this week. There was a lot of crypto involved, and we are proud to be sponsors of the gateway as well. So let's give another round of applause for yourselves, because you are the ones that stay till the very end, and that's impressive. I was surprised to see a lot of you here. So since you are tired, I'm just going to tell you a little story of BMO. So BMO's TON journey. First of all, I want to thank TON and highlight that BMO, as well as kind of all of the TON ecosystem teams I've met, is not hiding behind the mask. TON people are real, and in my past tenures, in my past crypto experience, I had many calls with people, with NFT avatars of pixels on the Zoom calls, and this is exactly the thought I've heard today on the legal crypto meetup. So it's a problem for everyone, but not for TON. And BMO team, BMO people is also real. It's a team of fintech and crypto savvy enthusiasts and asset management experts who are really fond and proud of doing what we do. And it is now liquid staking. BMO have delivered the first liquid staking protocol on TON. And now we are an active and engaging community with great relationship across the whole ecosystem. I hope some of you could participate in the quest we've dropped with our friends from Robot, from EVA, DDAS, TONX, TONKeeper, and maybe gather some prizes out of it. And I would be happy if you did. So this is one thing. And yet BMO is an independent team, and we are self-funded, and we are having no VCs on board. And this is our strategy. So once we get a token, the only way to get it is to stake with us. Well, why did we do that? I'm not putting too much effort in explaining this because I know for sure that many of you are maybe even more experienced than I am. But just to recap, TON is a POS network, and therefore you need validators to make it secure. And in order to make them work, you need to put a lot of TONs there to stake them. And as of now, it is 450,000 of TONs. It is a lot. But with a liquid staking solution, and BMO in particular, it becomes way more accessible. You can stake as little as 1 TON and get an ST TON liquid asset in return. And now your assets are both working and you still can participate in the DeFi ecosystem. And one thought that is very important to our mind is that once you have staked, you become the one who is now also making TON more secure. So where we are now, meet BMO version V1. We are a little bit semi-centralized as of now in terms of governance. We have a permissioned, verified validator set. And this is where a lot of big key DeFi protocols started. This is the beginning. And so far, we already have over 14 million TONs staked, over 10 protocols for your ST TON utilization integrated. These include DEXs, landings, CDPs, and many to go. And thank you for all the teams that we are working already together. And for those we met here, we have a long way to go. And still, we have some challenges because TON is a startup still, by spirit at least. And there are some challenges we face along this way. You can see that some data is not accessible where it's needed the most, or even the whole network being a little bit unstable. But what is very important to our mind is that it is being addressed a lot and right away. And for these early stages, it is very important that each response is taken immediately. We faced how after the network issued these issues, the software for validators was updated like in hours. In the next few hours, all the validators have updated their software. So this teamwork means something. But as a startup, you have to go somewhere, and there is a lot for us and for the TON and the whole ecosystem to move towards and where to go. So from our side, and I think this aligns a lot with the overall ecosystem. Just recently, like last week, we have onboarded a community support agent from our social networks. Hey Broomy, if you're watching this, we are happy to have you, and we are going to expand these efforts because this is important. This is where DeFi begins. And also we are looking to make a one step further to create a hybrid protocol organization, because you definitely have to have one step in the centralized world to interact with all the entities, and another food should be in the decentralized world. So this hybrid strategy is something we are trying to achieve. The next thing that is crucial for any Web3 community and ecosystem is transparency. And we are making sure that you are always aware of where does the API come from, how are rewards calculated, how does the fee structure look like. And this is that we are going to make a priority. Another thing that is more about BIMO, not about the TON ecosystem, because marketing is something that TON is really nailing. I had past experience in, let's say, Polkadot ecosystem, and that is where you faced almost none of the support from the foundation. But TON does a lot, and we are going to join this retail-focused and promotional and educational activities, and maybe we even will include some funny assets to involve community and to gamify these educations that we are rolling out. But there are some serious stuff as well. First is about institutionals. There are a lot of efforts towards the security. TON Foundation is doing a great job of onboarding auditors here, but there is a way to go, because not every security auditor is familiar with FANCI, and this amount where you can pick from is not that much big. Then the legal and paperwork, this is something institutional. The big guys who really brings liquidity into the ecosystem will be looking forward to get. The custody solutions, there are not that much yet in the TON ecosystem. And speaking about legal, I guess that we can see even more steps from TON Foundation. Let's say that could be great to see a special entity or zone organized maybe here in Dubai to have a place where protocols can attach themselves to have less pain in the head to decide how to deal with all that complicated stuff instead of focusing in tech. What we are going to do next towards this decentralization is the next version of the protocol. We are looking towards a fully decentralized version with community governance and even open-coded and permissionless decentralized validator set involved. But there is something more we are trying to achieve here. BIMO plans to become the leading TON infrastructure solution that will ensure both security and the quality and the performance of the whole ecosystem. And to achieve this, we are heavily R&D now an innovative priority transaction market that will ensure guaranteed block priority and validator yield distribution. There are certain approaches coming from Ethereum space, and there is a lot of risk-taking appearing now. So we are definitely ready to take this one next step towards a more mature DeFi with such complicated features involved. I want to thank you again, and I want to say that we are expecting you to be more smart, be with BIMO, and be with TON. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for being part of this amazing journey, TON community. But we're not done yet. Stick around to explore the exhibition area as well as the networking area with some of the most brilliant people within the industry until 7 p.m. And if you're ready to celebrate, the Gateway After Party kicks off at 7:30 p.m. until 2 a.m. So let's close out with a big round of applause for everyone here, also to everything that we've achieved and what's coming next.
Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for everyone to come all the way to Dubai to attend Gateway. It was Harvey Kim at TON Foundation. See you all at the Gateway 2025. Thank you.